Chapter 383. The guards of honor stopped. Zhuzi, the young master of General He's family, is blocking the road. When Jingwan heard that, she snorted and looked at Li Hanyuan with ridicule. The young master of the He family truly loves a Yuan deeply. After all, other than him, there shouldn't be anyone else who would dare to block the carriage of the King of Hell, right? Is a Yuan not prepared to express anything? Li Hanyuan lazily glanced at Jingwan. Sorry, Bin Wang only wants to fight with his own Wang Fei. I don't have any interest in fighting with outsiders. Jingwan made an embarrassed face. What was it? Such a manly matter. How could he turn it into such a perverted thing? After the embarrassment was over, Jingwan coldly laughed. Wang, you can slowly fight by yourself. Bin Wang Fei has no interest in accompanying you. It doesn't matter if you fight on the bed or off the bed. Our Jin Xin Wang will definitely win. She reached out and lightly patted his face. Bin Wang Fei is quite optimistic about you. Work hard, Wang Yi. Perverted was perverted. Violent was violent. Who is afraid of who? I will definitely win under the bed. As to whether I can win on the bed, only Wang Fei will know. Li Hanyuan leaned close to Jingwan's ear and lowered his voice. He stuck out his tongue and licked Jingwan's earlobe. Wan, tell me, does this husband seem to have lost or won? He deliberately pulled out a seductive ending note. Jingwan couldn't help but tremble. She subconsciously slapped him. Speak properly. So easily breaking the rules. Li Hanyuan directly laughed out loud. Don't talk about slapping him away. His entire person hung onto Jingwan's body. Although Jingwan's physical fitness was much stronger than the majority of women, in Li Hongyuan's hands, she was still like a little chick. The people outside didn't receive any instructions from their masters for a long time, and also didn't express anything. They just looked down and didn't say anything. Now, as long as the two masters were together in the carriage, they would habitually weaken their five senses, especially their hearing. They could always find a way to divert their attention, because the situation in the carriage was usually poisonous. It was a group of young and vigorous men. Although the situation was special and their desires were lower than ordinary people, it didn't mean that they didn't have it. From time to time, they would be stimulated. Even a saint would get angry, so it was best to think of a way to isolate this situation. He Jihai came alone today and didn't ride a horse. Although he blocked the road, he didn't barge in. He was actually a little nervous. He was afraid that Jin Xin Wang would refuse. After all, if Qin Wang refused, he wouldn't dare to force. It wasn't because he was afraid of being beaten again, but because it would bring trouble to his family. Return to the Fu. Li Hanyuan opened his mouth. Because he had long prepared to properly train He Jihai. He wanted to turn him into a valiant general who could lead the army. This fight was definitely going to happen. Most likely, it would be more than once. He had to thoroughly beat this brat until he became obedient. Only then, it would be easier to deal with him in the future. It was just that now wasn't the time. He had to let He Jihai block the door again and again. When he was finally annoyed to the point that he couldn't stand, then he would make a move. Only then would he be able to block the conspiracy theories in some people's minds. Only then could his plan proceed smoothly. The guards of honor started to move forward again, ignoring little gangster who was standing in the middle. Little gangster, he couldn't act like a tyrant anymore, so he could only obediently make way for them. Then, he looked at the guards of honor, leaving with a pitiful expression on his face. If someone didn't know what was going on, they would think that he was looking at a heartless person. Until the procession of honor disappeared from his sight, little bully, he dejectedly left, completely unable to raise his spirit. When he returned home, his family members saw his appearance and were fiercely shocked. Even if this brat's leg was broken, he could still jump up and down. All day long, he didn't have a single moment of rest. His energy was so good that it gave people a headache. To be honest, they really hadn't seen him like this before. Although He Jihai was a bully, the kind that gave the family an abnormal headache. When it was time to scold, he would scold, and when it was time to beat, he would beat. He absolutely wouldn't be lenient. However, towards this youngest child, he was still abnormally fond of him. At this time, he naturally expressed his concern, fearing that he would really encounter something. He Jihai scowled miserably. Jin Xin Wang ignored me. Those who didn't know would think that he was abandoned by Jin Xin Wang and had an expression of being struck by lightning. And those who knew would also have an expression of being struck by lightning. This evil creature really foolishly went to block the door. The scene froze for a few breaths. Then one by one, they flicked their sleeves and left. This kind of thing, it would be strange if Jin Xin Wang paid attention to you. Hey, you guys don't go Listen to me, Jin Xin Wang is too excessive. The procession of honor has stopped. I thought that he would have a good fight with me. Last time, we clearly agreed. How could he go back on his words? He Jihai chased this, chased that, catching people to complain. He was the youngest among the masters of the He family. When they were impatient, they all sent him a single word, scram. Go to the side that was cool and stay there. When they ignored him, little tyrant, he went to look for the family members he brought back. These people didn't dare to tell him to scram, so if they hid, they would be met with little tyrant he's merciless punches. After that, they could only listen to little tyrant he's repeated complaints. They had only seen this little tyrant as lively as a dragon and lively as a tiger. All day long, he was full of vigor and might. Now, he had a melancholy expression. To be honest, it could no longer be described as being struck by lightning. General, save me. Our family's little Gongzi has been replaced by someone. Hurry and find a real little Gongzi. Even if that little tyrant was a bit overbearing, it was still much better than this. Now, this one was really too terrifying. After General, he returned to the Fu. He heard this terrifying news. He almost pulled all of his beard off. He sent someone to call that evil creature over. Then, he saw that there wasn't the slightest bit of vitality. His listless youngest son weakly called out, "Dad," instead of the energetic old man. "Were you looking for me for?" In that instant, he was greatly shocked. Then, he became angry, blocking the way in front of Jin Xin Wang, Ye's procession of honor. "You're really becoming more and more lawless. Laozi said so much to you, was it all in vain?" "Dad, Jin Xin Wang, Yi is ignoring me." "How can he ignore me?" Then, as if he thought of something, his eyes suddenly became bright. "Dad, why don't you go directly to the emperor and ask for an imperial edict? If there is an imperial edict, Jin Xin Wang, you will definitely not refuse, right?" The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this idea was really too good. General He Jianwei was so angry that he almost fell backwards. This was completely not listening to his words, and even fantasizing about asking for an imperial edict to fight. He knew that this evil creature's mind was only filled with fighting and fighting all day long. But he didn't think that it would be so outrageous to this extent. Those who knew would only silently look at you, this idiot. Those who didn't know would think that you were taking the opportunity to secretly communicate with Jin Xin Wang Yi in an attempt to make a big conspiracy. Jin Xin Wang Yi not paying attention to you is right and also light. If he gave an order, the guard by his side could completely cripple you or even kill you. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. So, he took out the horsewhip that basically never left his side and lashed it at Little Tyrant He. Little Tyrant He originally had a face full of hope, but what could he do? What he waited for was Laozi's whip. Thus, he began to jump up and down a dodge. "Old man, why are you hitting me again? You're not allowed to hit anymore. If you hit again, Xiao Yu will fight back." Again? Xiao Yu will really fight back, However, he only heard all kinds of shouts and didn't really dare to fight back. When the people outside heard this, they breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it was normal. At He Jianwei's age, in the end, he couldn't compare to He Jihai's physical strength. In the end, he stopped panting. "You're not allowed to go find Jin Xin Wang Yi again. Do you hear me? If you dare to go again, do you believe that Laozi will immediately send you back to the northeast border city? If I send him away, Xiao Yu will come back by himself?" He Jihai grimaced in pain. After all, the injuries on his body were real. He muttered in a low voice. If it was before he saw Li Hongyuan's martial prowess, He Jihai would rather stay in the border city. Now, he hadn't even fought once, and he wanted to let him go? No way. He Jianwei was so angry that he almost vomited blood. I already said that Jin Xin Wang Yi is not someone who is easy to provoke. He can let you go once, but there might not be a second time. You delivered yourself to his doorstep. Even if you die, no one can ask for justice from you. At most, I just blocked the carriage and didn't do anything else. Would Jin Xinhuang, ye be so unreasonable as to directly take my life? He Zhihai muttered with a bit of grievance. General, he was so angry that he laughed. Reasonable? These 3 words can actually come out of your mouth? Little tyrant, he was speechless. Fine, he admitted that when they were in the border city, the most unreasonable person was him. Dad, in my opinion, Jin Xinhuang Yi is not as notorious as you say. He is such a powerful person. If he doesn't see eye to eye, he will directly beat them up and lose half his life. Who would dare to find trouble with him? He is not a 3-year-old child. He can't always find someone to be unhappy with. Therefore, the living king of hell and whatnot is definitely a false rumor. As a soldier, we should be upright and reasonable, seek truth from facts. Don't be like those civil officials who only know how to scheme and quarrel with words all day long. These words were taught by you, but now you are so prejudiced against Jin Xinhuang Yi. He Jinwei probably didn't think that this evil spawn would actually talk reason with him one day and even use his words to block him, and that won't find someone to be unhappy with. Didn't you, this evil spawn, specialize in doing this kind of thing? Don't you feel embarrassed to say such words again and again? General, he only felt that his head was big, but to be honest, he really couldn't do anything about this evil spawn. This evil spawn thought that Jin Xinhuang Yi was a good person. Then, no matter what, you couldn't change his way of thinking. Perhaps in some people's eyes, appearance was justice. But in Zhihai's mind, it was definitely martial arts was justice. In any case, you are not allowed to go find Jin Xinhuang Yi again. Otherwise, Laozi will lock you in an iron cage. An iron cage that could lock up a tiger was probably the only thing that could lock up He Zhihai's mind. The iron bars were too thin and had to be specially made. He Zhihai's eyes turned, but he didn't continue to argue with his old man. He Jinwei was 100% sure that this evil spawn definitely hadn't given up on the idea. He didn't know what would happen next. Usually, he was a boorish man, but that bit of intelligence was all used to play mind games with him. Who in He family wasn't upright and strict with themselves? How could there be such an anomaly? If that face didn't look so similar to his own, he would suspect that his loyal wife had put a green hat on his head. Well, in fact, it was He Foreign who suspected that He Jianwei had brought back an outside wife to swap her son. Therefore, Foreign he also didn't believe that she had given birth to such a son. Of course, this was just a joke. However, when Foreign he beat her son, she was more ruthless than General He. If other people were beaten by their father, they could still find their mother for protection. But for He Zhihai, if he dared to find his mother, it would definitely be a male and female double fight. General He thought that in order to not make things worse, it would be best to report to Lu Qingdi. Originally, the He family was going to hold a banquet for 2 days, and the invitation had been sent out. However, they didn't expect that the Empress was seriously ill. Although it wasn't like she had passed away, they still had to give her some face. Therefore, the banquet was postponed. Because of this, little gangster he went out to play. Then, the next day, the servant girl who served He Zhihai found that the door of her young master's room couldn't be opened. Little gangster, he might have all kinds of bad habits, but he didn't like to laze in bed. It was already past the time, and it was too strange that he couldn't be seen. Although this servant girl was brought back from the border town and wasn't as delicate as the servant girls of ordinary families, she didn't dare to kick the young master's door. Therefore, she hurriedly ran out to report. He Jinwei and his Foreign came hand in hand. Both of them were dressed in martial attire. In a general family, this morning exercise was an essential homework. The general's Foreign first knocked on the door, but there wasn't the slightest movement. Then, her long, shapely eyebrows rose, and she lifted her foot to kick the door open. That action was quite nimble and destructive. It could be seen that she often did this kind of thing. When everyone entered the room, the result was that the bed was neat and tidy. There wasn't a single shadow, and it was ice cold. This person hadn't been on the bed for quite some time. The door was closed from the inside, so he could only go out through the window. It wasn't that little gangster. He hadn't done this kind of thing before. After checking, sure enough, there was a window that looked tightly closed, but in reality, it wasn't locked. Then they found out that little gangster, his private stash of money was gone. Thus, how could they not know what was going on? The general's foreign fiercely glared at General He. Find that evil creature and then settle the account with you. Then she directly went out of the room. Someone come. Send a few people to guard the vicinity of Jinqin Wang Fu. If you see Ji Hai, that disgraceful thing, directly tie him up. If he dares to resist, as long as he's still alive, beat him until he's crippled. Behind him, General He rubbed his nose. That evil creature running away from home. Most likely it was because he said that he wanted to lock him up in an iron cage. Who knew that this evil creature, in order to achieve his goal, would directly play this trick? Being angered by his foreign, he felt that he was very innocent. Okay? Only beating him until he's crippled wasn't a bit too ruthless? The silver on Ji Hai's body wasn't much, but it wasn't little either. It was enough for him to mingle around outside for a period of time. Regardless of whether he could exchange blows with Jinqin Wang during this period of time, even if he didn't have the chance, he still had to create an opportunity. If he used up all the money on him and still didn't achieve his goal, then he would talk about it when the time came. After returning, he would be even more miserable. For the time being, he shouldn't think about it. In any case, every time he thought about how ruthless his Lianyang was, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. He knew that if he ran away from home, he would definitely be caught by his papa and mama. This kind of game where you chase and I hide, he had been playing since he was a few years old. Moreover, it was as if he was born with this skill, playing it very smoothly. Not long after, the land around Jinqin Wang Fu had already been trampled by him. So when he saw his Laoj personally leading people to catch him, the little gangster squatting on the wall snorted disdainfully and continued to gnaw on the steamed bun in his hand. Little gangster, he was very confident that unless he was surrounded by enough people in a relatively wide area, he wouldn't be easily caught. In some aspects, little gangster, he was absolutely blessed by the heavens. He could master martial arts with just a little bit, and he also had a valiant physique and inexhaustible energy. His physical strength was also absolutely valiant. It wasn't enough to describe him as an animal. Other people would have times when they were tired on the battlefield, but on the battlefield, it was as if he was playing. In short, when he participated in the war at the northeast border, not once did he show any signs of fatigue. When other people were gasping for breath and their hands were shaking, he was as excited as if he had just finished warming up. Therefore, even if he messed around, those high-ranking officers really didn't hate him. Where was the limit of little gangster, his physical strength? His family didn't know, the Northeast Army didn't know, and even he himself didn't know. After all, under normal circumstances, the limit couldn't be called the limit. That kind of oppression, or even struggling on the line between life and death, was the real limit. If there was anyone in the world who knew, it would probably be Li Hanyuan. In his previous life, it was this winter when the He family was exterminated. He fought alone for 7 whole days. Except for the time when he was looking for food, he was either chasing the enemy or killing them. He didn't sleep at all. In the end, when he was finally found, he couldn't be called a human anymore. However, the aftereffects were also very serious. As for how long this peak state could last, Li Hanyuan later saw it with his own eyes. 3 to 4 days was nothing difficult. He really couldn't be called a human anymore. Although Li Hanyuan could still beat him now, he was very self-aware. First, it was the result of his deliberate training over the years. His previous life was far from what it was now. Second, there was no spiritual pressure in He Hong Yuan's sea of consciousness, so it was difficult for him to explode. He was only 16 years old now. After a few more years, when he fully matured, the power that he could only explode now could be used. At that time, he would only need to use his arms and fingers. Li Hanyuan was definitely not his opponent. This was He Hai's own advantage. He occupied a high position, which other people couldn't achieve no matter how much they trained. Although Ji Hai was very good at hiding from his own family, he was still not good at hiding from Yi's people. After all, the He family's people were soldiers. How could they be compared with the shadow guards in this respect? Therefore, when He Jihai stepped on the ground, the shadow guards of the prince's mansion found out and reported to an E immediately. Li Hongyuan naturally knew. As long as he doesn't climb over the walls of Jin Wangfu, there's no need to care about him. It wasn't that the Wangfu's people didn't find He Hai's unexpected indulgence strange, but they didn't ask much. In the past, didn't they indulge Ruan Fangfei? At that time, they had a purpose. Now, they definitely had one. These people in Jin Wangfu always had a mysterious trust in their own master. The matter of Li Hongyuan wanting to cultivate He Hai, Jingwan knew about it. Jingwan often used this matter to tease him. In the end, He Hai was worried that he was too reckless and would implicate his family. Therefore, he only dared to wander around outside the Wangfu. However, in order to fish, Li Hongyuan's frequency of going out was relatively high. Of course, every time he went out, there was a legitimate reason, so no one would suspect anything. This time, it happened once, twice, thrice. Occasionally, when He Hai was ignored by Li Hongyuan, his elder brother would bring people out to catch him. However, he would always slip away. This matter naturally became known by more and more people. It was simply another matter that people took delight in talking about. Jin Wangfu's style in the past was something that everyone knew. However, in the past 1 or 2 years, he had restrained himself a lot. Only now did they discover this point. However, the living king of hell was still the living king of hell. He wouldn't stop being the king of hell just because he hadn't made a move for a period of time. It was also because that He family's young master didn't do anything that he was ignored. If he was annoyed again and again, it was estimated that he would make a move to clean him up. Many people were also guessing how long the He family's young master could last. However, no one dared to be certain. Thinking back, when Jin Wangfei and Jin Wangfu were engaged, there were people who opened a booklet to see how long Jin Wangfei could live. Jin Wangfei didn't have anything happen to her and properly married into the Wangfu. 10 li of red dowry, hundreds of people obstructing the marriage. It was very lively. After that, there were people who opened a booklet to see how long Jin Wangfei could live under Jin Wangfu. The result was similarly unexpected. So now, they really didn't dare to say anything with certainty. However, these didn't matter. It was enough that there was a show to watch. In fact, it wasn't only He Jihai who was ignored by Li Hongyuan. There was another person, and that was Li Hongming. In the past, when they met, Li Hongyuan would at least give a greeting. Now, he completely ignored everyone he saw and treated the other brothers as normal. At this time, Li Hongming also knew that the previous matter wasn't over yet. Even if Li Hongyuan and Mu Fei reconciled, it didn't mean that he would be as good as before. If he was completely ignored by Li Hongyuan, it might not be a bad thing. However, he had to ensure that he would never provoke him in the future. Otherwise, at that time, he would most likely kill him. Even if he deliberately avoided him, he might still provoke him. After all, what he cleaned him up in the past, many times it was inexplicable. In the past, because of noble consort Su, Li Hongyuan was actually quite merciful to him. If he exerted a bit of pressure on him, then the other brothers would have to suffer a bit of pressure. In this regard, Li Hongyuan could be said to be a great help to him. If Li Hongyuan exerted a bit of pressure on him in the future, he could imagine how dejected he would be. Thinking of this, Li Hongming's expression became particularly gloomy. Noble consort Su originally didn't know about this matter, but Li Hongming intentionally or unintentionally let her know. As a result, noble consort Su's spirit began to fade after a few days. She called Li Hongming over and directly asked him, "Your younger brother helped you, but you didn't go to him to thank him?" Li Hongming smiled bitterly. "Mu Fei, this son has always wanted to, but I just haven't found the right opportunity. With this delay, sixth brother is giving me less and less of a chance." Noble consort Su directly smashed a cup at him. "Bin Gong is very clear about your thoughts. Don't expect Bin Gong to help you in this matter. Either you solve it yourself, or if he does anything to you in the future, you'll have to bear it yourself." Yuan had always been the kind of person who would take revenge on anyone who had a grudge against him. He would never let anything go past the night. This time, he was so angry because of her. He didn't want to argue with his mother, so naturally, he transferred all his anger to his second son. However, this bastard didn't take it seriously. Now that he finally realized that something was wrong, he came looking for her. Li Hongming could only leave Jade Essence Palace with a sullen face. Noble consort, Su rubbed her temples. Everyone says that Lao Lu is a vile creature. This Lao, and Min Xiang are also vile creatures. None of them are easy to worry about. His trusted palace maid beside him hurriedly comforted him while gently massaging him. Noble consort Su's method didn't work, so Li Hongming could only go find Li Honyuan. What did it mean to kiss someone's cold, but with warm face? He thoroughly understood what it meant. When Prince Rui came to Jin Qin Wang Fu, he was shut out of the gate. This matter became a joke between brothers the next day. Li Hongming was used to putting on an act. At this time, his face couldn't keep it straight. It wasn't easy to meet Jin Qin Wang, so he diligently appeared at the morning court. After the morning court ended, Li Hongming prepared to throw away his face in front of so many people. He didn't expect to achieve his goal, but to let the court officials see his sincerity. In the future, when Li Honyuan made a move against him, he could say a few good words for him in front of Fu Huang. However, man proposes, God disposes. He was about to step forward when He Jinwei beat him to it. Greetings to Wang Ye. First of all, his attitude was quite sincere. Is something the matter? Li Honyuan faintly glanced at him. Wang Ye, regarding the matter of my son obstructing Wang Ye many times recently, this official apologizes to Wang Ye and asks for Wang Ye's forgiveness. Ben Wang won't go as far as to bicker with a young boy. However, if it happens too many times, it will be annoying. General, he still needs to control it. If there's a next time, Ben Wang may not let him leave in one piece. Li Hongyuan's tone was still indifferent. He Jinwei smiled bitterly. Wang Ye, you don't know. My son is obsessed with martial arts. Towards people with strong martial arts skills, he must find someone to spar with. Because of this, I often reprimanded him, but it was completely useless. These days, he was afraid that this official would lock him up, so he simply took the money and went out without returning home. If it was a normal situation, I could take my son home, but my son is used to hiding in the border town and is slippery. It really gives me a headache. What does it have to do with Ben Wang? Li Hongyuan's face already showed some impatience. He Jinwei resisted the action of wiping his sweat. Facing Jin Qin Wang, this pressure was really quite big. However, if he didn't satisfy that evil creature's wish, this matter would never end. This official has a presumptuous request. Can this official ask for Wang Ye to condescend? Let that evil creature know that there is always someone better. Perhaps it will stop. Li Honyuan sneered. Last time, your son offended Ben Wang's Wang Fei. Ben Wang let him learn a lesson and didn't bicker with him. Now that you want Ben Wang to make a move, aren't you afraid that Ben Wang will cripple him? He Jinwei didn't think that Li Honyuan was joking at all. He forced a smile. If it's really like this, then it's his fate. Lao Lu, since it's like this, you might as well help minister he this once. It's also a good opportunity to let you see how far your martial arts have progressed. When you left the palace at the age of 16, Zhen hasn't seen your martial arts skills. Among you brothers, your martial arts skills are the best, and your innate talent is the best. Lu Qingdi, who had originally left from Dan Emperor's side, appeared outside the main hall at some unknown time. He was quite emotional. Many thanks for Emperor's help. He Jinwei was extremely grateful. Sure enough, this report from before was correct. Li Honyuan frowned, appearing a little unwilling. Fu Huang, Yuaner is not willing to fulfill such a small wish. Lu Qingdi pretended to be sad. Aken accepts the order. Li Honyuan responded, but his face was still cold. Fu Huang is still full of energy when shouting at people. People like it more like this. He showed obvious disdain. Lu Qingdi's face darkened. Disgraceful thing. How can you speak to Laozi like that? Li Hongyuan's expression eased, almost writing sure enough, it should be like this, pleasing to the eye. Lu Qingdi's nose almost crooked from anger. On the side, He Jinwei secretly glanced at Lu Qingdi. His mind was balanced. That evil spawn of his would also talk back, but he wouldn't dare to contradict him and wouldn't specifically anger him. But Jin Xinhuang was different. Looking at the situation and the surrounding courtiers, they were completely unconcerned. Then looking at the emperor, after a few breaths of time, he adjusted his mood. It looked like he was used to it. Perhaps this situation was still light. That evil spawn of his was really far from it. If Lu Chengdi wanted to watch, this could only be done in the palace. There was no need for instructions. Someone had already taken the initiative to pass down the message. As for where to find little bully, he who didn't return home, just look at the places he appeared in these few days. In any case, he was near Jin Xinhuang Fu. Otherwise, if they took Jin Xinhuang's honor guard out for a walk, he would definitely appear. Yuan you're several years older than Minister He's youngest son. Later, when you spar, control yourself a little and don't go too far. No, He Jinwei hurriedly said, Your Majesty, you don't know. Once my son fights with others, he gets excited easily. Especially when he meets his match, he doesn't know how to restrain himself. Moreover, that kid always doesn't know what's good for him. Later, when Wang Ye really shows mercy on him, he will only think that Wang Ye is looking down on him. Instead, it will arouse his ferocious nature and he will become more and more reckless. If by any chance he injures Wang Ye, that evil spawn should be ruthlessly dealt with. Hearing this, Lu Chengdi frowned. Minister, how is your son's martial arts? Originally, he thought that a 16-year-old kid, no matter how powerful he was, would be like that. Now, it seemed that it wasn't the case. He Jinwei's lips quivered, attracting the attention of the courtiers who had stayed behind to watch the battle. After a while, he awkwardly said, replying to your Majesty, that evil creature is the #1 in the Northeast Army. This is not a boast made by the soldiers to give him face, but he used his own strength to fight for it. This subject and my eldest son have both been defeated by him. Many people gasped with Lu Chengdi. They all knew how valiant He Jinwei was, and He Jinwei's eldest son was even better. This 16-year-old kid was able to defeat them. Was the He family trying to defy the heavens? After exclaiming in amazement, Lu Chengdi turned to look at He Jinwei. My dear minister, you hit it well. He Jinwei was embarrassed. Your Majesty, the main thing is that this kid's temperament is too unstable. It's difficult for him to take on such a big responsibility. This minister originally wanted to train him for 2 more years. Lu Chengdi was not an unreasonable person. Although he didn't know much about war, he knew that martial arts alone couldn't lead soldiers. He nodded to express his understanding. My dear minister's worries are reasonable. However, it's a blessing for our Qi Yuan dynasty that the He family can produce another valiant general. Your Majesty is too kind. It's my duty to protect the country. Naturally, the emperor liked this kind of official very much. However, when he looked at Li Hongyuan again, he was worried. He was very proud of his son, but his opponent was the best in the Northeast Army, a little lunatic who didn't care about anything when he fought. His son was raised by a noble and was a few years older than that kid, so he didn't have an advantage. Was it too late to stop this fight now? He was the emperor with a golden mouth and jade words, but there were so many people who really believed him. Li Hongyuan didn't seem to notice Lu Chengdi's worry. Even if he did, he would ignore it. After fishing for so long, it was just the beginning of the harvest. How could he stop now? Imperial father, this son will go to Imperial mother's place to change clothes. I will take my leave now. After saying that, he left by himself. Lu Chengdi opened his mouth and swallowed back the words that were about to come out. He Jinwei looked down and didn't see the emperor and father who didn't have any dignity at all. Lu Chengdi didn't care. In any case, it wasn't the first time that he was seen by his officials. Everyone was used to it. After waiting for a moment, Your Majesty, although my son is muddle-headed, he has always only challenged people who are stronger than him. Although he is always judged based on his own feelings, he has almost never made a mistake. Therefore, in this official's opinion, Jin Wangye's skill is above my son's, so, according to the degree of ruthlessness of the King of Hell, you don't have to worry at all. Lu Chengdi was really relieved, but he was puzzled. Was this son strong to this extent? He leisurely went to the martial arts practice field in the palace. That was the place where the princes practiced martial arts. They already knew who was going to use it. Moreover, the emperor and the court officials had arrived, so they didn't dare to neglect. They prepared the field and carefully checked it again and again to make sure that there were no mistakes. As the saying goes, swords have no eyes. Therefore, for this kind of thing, they didn't ask for merit but to not make a mistake. It should be known that the masters who taught the princes martial arts were always trembling with fear. If they met those mischievous and completely disobedient princes, they would simply put their heads on their waistbands. Not long after Lu Chengdi and the others sat down, Li Hongyuan also arrived. He changed out of his gorgeous Qinhuang robe and put on a black robe. The sleeves were tightened and the waist was tightened. His whole person seemed more upright and straight. His handsome face was matchless. If one ignored his temperament, anyone who saw him would praise him. What a pity, it was really a pity, including Lu Chengdi. At first, he was proud, but then his expression darkened. Even if this child lost his mother, if he wasn't a devil, and Li Hongyuan's other brothers seemed to suddenly realize at this moment that if the Imperial Gui Fei was still here, they probably wouldn't have to fight for anything. They would obediently go to the corner and plant mushrooms. Maybe they could even become rich Wang Ye. Rejoice, really rejoice. Even so, those who didn't know the truth were still very afraid of him. However, those who knew Li Hongyuan's ability were all twitching their mouths and silently criticizing him. Pity? Rejoice? Haha, I hope you won't cry too miserably in the end. This was the one who hid the deepest and the one with the most profound cultivation. The others were just drizzling rain. He Zhihai hadn't arrived yet, but he didn't mind waiting for a while. Anyway, after this period of time, the matter in Jiangnan had basically come to a final conclusion. For the time being, there was nothing important at hand. Lu Chengdi had the mentality of stealing half a day's rest. He Zhenwei was a little sweaty. No matter what, it was a sin to let the emperor wait for a nobody. Fortunately, the waiting time was much shorter than expected. He Zhihai excitedly entered the martial art practice field and stared at Li Hongyuan with shining eyes. His expression was quite excited. It seemed that there was only one person left in the world. The emperor and the ministers with great power all went to hell. He Zhenwei had a feeling that he couldn't bear to look directly. Did this evil creature have to be so shameful? That was a man. Even if he was incomparably handsome, he was still a man. Your eyes were simply like a beautiful woman in thin clothes in front of you. You want to take off her clothes at any time. Quickly stop. Her father is still on the side and can decide your life and death at any time. Beloved official your son, He Zhenwei was very embarrassed. Your Majesty, my son is too excited. Really, he was like this before he fought with people who were stronger than him. In fact, it was not so exaggerated before, really. But did he dare to say this? He didn't dare to at all. Hearing his general say that his son was strong, Lu Chengdi was happy in his heart and didn't care about other things. He Zhihai, what are you doing in a daze? Hurry up and greet the emperor. He Zhenwei roared. He Zhihai finally came to his senses. People like He Zhihai didn't know what embarrassment was. He just greeted the emperor by the book. At a glance, it was obvious that he hadn't learned the rules for a long time and was stiff and inflexible. After that, his eyes lit up. Your Majesty, can we start? Lu Chengdi nodded sadly. Then, in the blink of an eye, he rushed to his son. He really couldn't wait. He turned to look at He Zhenwei. Beloved official you were right. Not to mention his obsession with martial arts. His temperament was really unbearable. Without weapons, they fought with fists and feet. Chapter 384. Fist and palm movements changed. It could be said to be dazzling. Legs followed closely, fists and kicks generated wind. Even if a layman looked at it, there would be murderous intent everywhere. Swaying or lifting or covering or leading or slapping, so on. Arms were like snakes, full of strength. Legs were like whips, but the power was like a staff, fierce and overbearing. There were no weapons in their hands, but they were able to turn every part of their body into a weapon. Knees, elbows, feet, hands, they were especially prominent, and the places they attacked were also the opponent's weak points: head, neck, heart, and genitals. Fists hit flesh. There seemed to be a sound. Bystanders who heard it felt painful. But the two people on the field seemed to be fighting more and more fiercely, their faces not showing the slightest bit of pain. Insiders could see that Jin Xinhuang Li Hongyuan leaned towards skillful strength, and little Overlord He Zhihai leaned towards strength. In terms of the age of the two, this point was just the opposite. It could only be said that He Zhihai had an innate advantage in terms of physique. He Zhihai was at the border all year round, and in all likelihood, he had participated in large and small battles, so his awareness was definitely better. However, once again, it was unexpected that Jin Xinhuang, this noble Wang Ye, was unexpectedly better. This was to take apart and look at it. Overall, anyone could see that Li Hongyuan clearly held the advantage, although it was not to the point of being one-sided. But when Li Hongyuan landed 10 times on He Zhihai's body, He Zhihai landed 3 or 4 times on his body. This kind of disparity was still quite big. Thus, if He Zhihai wanted to defeat Li Hongyuan, it was impossible without time to grow. Moreover, the premise was that Jin Xinhuang stopped here, and He Zhihai rapidly rose. In other people's eyes, this kind of situation was probably impossible. Even if Jin Xinhuang did not have as much room for growth as He Zhihai, he should not be able to maintain his peak and then go downhill. However, the fact was indeed so. Li Hongyuan was very clear that right now, he was at his peak state and basically would not rise again. However, he would continue this state for several decades. He Zhihai belonged to the type that became more courageous with more setbacks. He was repeatedly injured in Li Hongyuan's hands, but he became more and more excited. That feeling, it was as if he was about to ignite. Li Hongyuan's feeling was actually a bit similar. After all, a rare opponent could not be found in the capital. Moreover, when they faced him, they were always subconsciously afraid of him. They were absolutely not like He Zhihai, who only had eyes for opponents. He would go all out, without respect of seniority. On the other hand, when Li Hongyuan had more contact with He Zhihai in his previous life, he was more than one level lower than He Zhihai. It was okay to stop when it came to exchanging blows, but a real fight was absolutely impossible. At that time, unless it was on the battlefield, He Zhihai would not go all out. However, he was also a person who did not like to restrain himself from fighting. Therefore, he basically no longer fought with his own people. It was only Li Hongyuan, the emperor, who had the absolute advantage of his identity and was not very weak himself, that he could fight everywhere. Even so, when it was time to fight, he still did not hesitate. Therefore, He Zhihai was a guy who even dared to fight with the emperor. Now, the situation was reversed from that time. Li Hongyuan's heart was more or less a little happy, especially He Zhenwei, this gatekeeper. He always felt that his own son's path was a bit similar to Jin Xinhuang's. However, if he looked carefully, it seemed completely different. It was really strange. With one look, he knew that the masters of these two people should be completely different. In the end, he could not find a reason. Either it was because of some coincidence, or there was a certain connection between the ancestors of the two families. Thus, he did not pursue it. Because the two people were fighting with fire, the battle situation was getting bigger and bigger. Going back and forth, they arrived in front of the weapon rack. Because the movements were too fast, no one saw who took out the weapon first. One was a spear, the other a halberd. Because they were not used to it, it was somewhat inconvenient in their hands, whether it was the weight or the length. However, the two people situation was the same, so it did not matter. The weapons collided and sparks flew. Along with the familiarity of the weapon, it gradually became a part of the body. The more precise the control, the greater the lethality could be, and the less it could be. It depended on the mentality of the person using it. But these two people, would the lethality be small? Sure enough, blood was soon seen. On He Zhihai's arm, because the color of the clothes was relatively light, the bloodstains were very obvious. He Zhenwei did not have any reaction. People like him could basically judge the severity of the wound based on the bloodstains. That kind of injury was nothing to He Zhihai. However, not everyone was as calm as him. For many people, especially the civil officials, it was absolutely the first time for them to fight such a fierce battle. Naturally, they were so nervous that they sweated all over. Unsurprisingly, The following injuries became more and more serious, and Li Hongyuan was no exception. When Li Hongyuan was injured for the first time, Lu Qingdi stood up with a whoosh and directly shouted to stop. Unfortunately, perhaps the people on the field did not hear it, or perhaps they did not want to pay attention to him. Anyway, they continued to fight. The imperial guards guarding around did not dare to rashly step forward. Lu Qingdi directly ordered Yu Zhongxing to go up and separate the two people. Your Majesty, I am not strong enough, and I'm afraid I can't do anything. Moreover, the prince and young master here are fighting fiercely. If a third person rashly intervenes, they may be worried about the third person's life and slightly divert their attention. If the other party does not pay attention, it may cause more casualties. Therefore, Your Majesty, please think twice. Having said it so clearly, Lu Qingdi had to think thrice even if he did not. However, if they continued to fight, who knew what the situation would be? Lu Qingdi had nowhere to vent his anger, so he looked coldly at He Jinwei. The one who injured his son was He Jinwei's son. At this time, he did not care whether you were a meritorious official or not. He Jinwei smiled bitterly in his heart, but what could he do? He could only silently endure. Being with the emperor was like being with a tiger. This was not a joke. The emperor's words were golden, but in fact, when he was capricious, no one could withstand it. He was more worried about his son's health. His son was at a disadvantage, and his son was more seriously injured. Originally, under normal circumstances, the battle would not last long. However, He Jinhai could not follow normal logic. He was simply a typical example of someone who became stronger when facing a stronger opponent. Just when everyone was worried that the fight would really go out of control, this fight unexpectedly ended. Although He Jinhai's halberd was hooked onto Li Hongyuan's spear, the spearhead was pressed against the other party's neck. It cut through the skin, and blood dripped down the shiny spearhead. If it went in another inch, He Jinhai's life would have been taken. Li Hongyuan withdrew his hand and casually threw the spear away. He Jinhai threw the halberd away and laughed. Satisfying, it's really too satisfying. Lu Qingdi and the others had already hurried over, one hand holding Li Hongyuan's arm. Yuan how's your injury? Li Hongyuan stood around. Imperial father, you're pinching my wound. Lu Qingdi hurriedly let go. Looking at his hand full of blood, he was completely furious. Come, take this insolent. Imperial father, swords have no eyes. It's just some superficial wounds. Why do you have to make a big fuss? Besides, this son is also having a good time beating them up. Li Hongyuan revealed a pure smile. This smile made Lu Qingdi stare blankly. No matter what, he basically never saw Li Hongyuan smile like this. It was too similar to his birth mother. After a moment, he sighed dejectedly. His anger was completely gone. Where's the imperial physician? Still not hurrying over to treat their injuries. He Jinwei breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he almost had a heart attack. However, at this moment, he also recognized his son's words. Jin Xinwang might not be that bad. He Jinhai was still in a state of excitement and was completely unaware of the danger that almost took his life. In the end, this was not the place to treat the wounds. After the imperial physician took Li Hongyuan's pulse, his blood was vigorous, there was no sign of weakness, and there were no internal injuries. Only then did Lu Qingdi feel relieved. In the past, when you didn't get along with your brothers, you always said that it was just a small quarrel and nothing serious. I didn't believe it before, but now I really believe it. With today's situation, he didn't need to use much. He only used 30% of his strength. If the others didn't die, they would be crippled. But in fact, at most, it was just a bit of flesh pain. It would have been better if he didn't say it. When he said it, some people on the side couldn't help but tremble. Just now, they were too nervous and didn't think of this. Now that they thought about it, not to mention the others, Prince Kong felt his lower back hurt. How much courage did he have to dare to wave his fist at Li Hongyuan at that time? The more he thought about it, the more he felt a lingering fear. After all, he really felt the killing intent at that time. If the other party didn't stop in the end, his little life might really have been lost. In the future, he must avoid this living king of hell. It was fine if he didn't know his true strength, but if he knew, he still went up to find fault with him. How stupid would he be to do such a thing? For Li Hanyuan, this might be an unexpected harvest. He Jinwei didn't dare to leave him in the palace to treat his wounds. If by chance the emperor saw this kid and was unhappy, he directly killed him. He wouldn't even have a place to cry. He just wanted to let the imperial physician give him a hasty bandage and then immediately leave the palace. However, what imperial physician, what lousy, everything was thrown to one side by He Zhenhai. He just looked at Li Hanyuan. Wang Ye, fight again next time? He Zhenwei's eyes darkened. He just wanted to slap this evil creature to death. Although from the beginning, he knew that it probably wouldn't be over with just one fight. After all, when he was in the northeast border city, he would always challenge opponents who were stronger than him again and again until he completely defeated the opponent. His progress could be said to be godlike and exceptionally astonishing. However, at a certain point, this speed would slow down. Looking at the gap between him and Prince Jean, how could it take 1 or 2 years? This was still under the condition that he absolutely could surpass. What if he couldn't? Could it be that he would always pester the other party to fight, fight, fight? Thinking about that scene, he felt that his life was gloomy. Evil creature, shut up for me. You think everyone is like you, only knowing how to fight and kill all day. Wang Ye condescended to exchange pointers with you once, and you still want a yard after getting an inch? He Zhenhai immediately became dejected, like an abandoned puppy, listless and pitiful. Inexplicably made people feel a little distressed. Lu Qingdi was paying attention to Li Hongyuan's mood. He saw that there was a slight change on his face, as if he tacitly agreed with He Zhenwei's words. However, Lu Qingdi felt that this shouldn't be the case. Thinking about his son's previous smile, this son looked carefree and wanton before. He might not really be happy, right? Beloved official, he doesn't need to be like this. As the saying goes, meeting one's match is also a great joy in life. It's fine to exchange pointers, but you're not allowed to use weapons. In addition, you must stop when it's appropriate. Your Majesty, do you think that you are safe without weapons? Too naive. In a flash, little tyrant, he was in high spirits again, beaming with joy. That stupid look made people unable to look straight at him. General, he really wanted to cover his face. This wasn't his son. To be this stupid, pitiful, and whatnot, it was all fake. Your Honor, what do you think? Lu Qingdi asked with a smile. Li Hanyuan glanced at him expressionlessly and lowered his head to fix his cuffs. Life is too boring. It doesn't matter if I stretch my muscles once in a while. This son will take his leave first. After saying this, he delicately left and went to Jade Essence Palace. Lu Qingdi shook his head and laughed. He was obviously very happy, but he still kept a straight face, as if someone owed him millions of taels of silver. Since Six Brother likes to stretch your muscles, when little young master he came to find you, you should have directly agreed. Why wait until... Obviously, he was trying to stir up trouble again. But before he could finish, Lu Qingdi gave him a cold stare. Putting aside the fact that the opponent who came to his door was not the one he liked, he was a prince. How could he respond so casually? Did he have to fight with any Tom, Dick, or Harry who came to his door? Forget it. Except for the throne. For Lu Qingdi, Li Hanyuan was his son. Nothing else mattered. Li Hanyuan went to Jade Essence Palace. When he went to change clothes, noble consort Su knew what he was going to do. But she didn't expect that he would return with injuries. Imperial concubine Su almost exploded on the spot. Her son was a prince, a king. In her opinion, a spar between children was nothing serious. There would definitely be no problem. After all, he was just the son of an official, the kind that had no official rank or title. It was obvious that no matter what, he would never dare to really hurt someone. However, reality gave her a slap in the face. Li Hanyuan took off his clothes and let the imperial physician apply medicine on him. Noble consort Su didn't avoid him and just looked at him with a distressed expression. Li Hanyuan first closed his eyes. In fact, this kind of injury didn't matter. He would be fine after some rest. He didn't want to pay attention to noble consort Su, but noble consort Su kept sobbing. Li Hanyuan heard it and felt annoyed. He opened his eyes, and a hint of helplessness quickly appeared in his eyes. Mother, don't worry. I'm really fine. I know. Compared to last year, this isn't an injury at all. I'm still far from death. It would have been better if he didn't mention it. Now that he mentioned it, noble consort Sue cried even more fiercely. How can you talk like that? Besides, how can you say the word death so casually? I will be careful. I won't be injured next time. Mother, don't cry. Li Honyuan didn't know how to coax people, so his words seemed a little stiff. There will be a next time? Noble consort Sue's voice suddenly rose a lot. Imperial Mother knows that in the capital, no one dares to truly fight with this prince. This son also has nothing else to do. Today, I fought with General He's youngest son. This person is different from others and had a good fight. This son felt pretty good. Imperial Mother should also know what kind of personality this son has. Imperial Father has also agreed to this matter, so there will definitely be a next time. I've made Imperial Mother worry, so this son asked for Imperial Mother's forgiveness. Li Honyuan was slightly ashamed and couldn't help lowering his voice a bit. Noble consort Sue's lips trembled, but in the end, she didn't say anything to stop him. This son wasn't any worse than his other brothers. In fact, he was even better. However, his father emperor gave him a lot of doting, but suppressed him in terms of power. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be happy. It was already good enough that they didn't hate his mother as well. It was probably because of this that the emperor was especially indulgent towards him. Then you must be careful. Don't get injured again. Li Honyuan smiled. Mother, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. The imperial physician was concentrating on treating the wound. He looked down as if he was too focused and didn't hear what the mother and son were saying. After the wound was treated, the palace made from Jade Palace brought over warm water to wipe Li Hongyuan's body. She lowered her head, her face red, and looked very shy. Li Honyuan frowned, and annoyance flashed through his eyes. He directly reached out to take the handkerchief and did it himself. But just as the handkerchief fell on his body, another hand reached over. You want her mother do it? Li Hongyuan's hand paused. When he met noble consort Sue's gentle gaze, he finally let go and closed his eyes again. The feeling of the handkerchief rubbing against his skin was exceptionally clear. Noble consort Sue's movements were very gentle, as if she was afraid of hurting him. If it was Jingwan, Li Honyuan would probably enjoy it very much. But it wasn't her. This slow thing made him a little impatient. In this life, he acted the most in front of noble consort Sue. Although it wasn't a big deal to him, he still found it tiresome. Mother, this son is not made of porcelain. There's no need to be so careful. It won't break. What nonsense are you talking about? Shut up. She gently patted him. In fact, noble consort Sue had noticed some other wounds on Li Hongyuan's body. Although they weren't obvious, and the imperial physician didn't dare to look at them carefully, she was different. She knew very well how they were caused. In particular, there were teeth marks in certain places. Because his skin looked whiter than normal, it was obvious that they were left after the blood had healed. Although she didn't know if he didn't have a concubine by his side, no matter whether he did or not, there was no other person who would dare to leave bite marks and scratches on his body except for his princess consort. Because she already had a big opinion of Jingwan, she was even more angry now. As a wife, how dare she be so presumptuous? Her son was such a precious person. How dare she offend him? It was simply outrageous. Moreover, as a wife, she should be dignified and virtuous. Even in bed, she should know how to be reserved. She didn't know how licentious she was. Even a concubine who used her sex appeal to others wouldn't be to this extent. At this moment, noble consort Sue even knew why her son was seduced by his princess consort. As the saying went, as long as one felt that it was a bad thing from the beginning, then no matter what one did, there would be thorns in it. Although noble consort Sue felt indignant, she didn't show it on her face. However, she was already thinking in her heart. Since her son liked women who were more wild in bed, she would help him adjust. She would teach them both. As a prince, how could there be no one to serve him? Her son shouldn't be so wronged. In noble consort Sue's opinion, her son cared about the birth of his child. She was only taught to serve him, so he shouldn't refuse. Besides, no matter how this servant was in bed, She would never dare to leave a trace on her son's body. Li Hongyuan didn't know what noble consort Su was thinking at this time. If he knew, he wouldn't say anything. She would just wait to be slapped in the face. The bloodstains on his body were all wiped clean. Li Hongyuan put on his prince's imperial robe again. It was impossible to tell that he was injured at all. Noble consort Su tidied his clothes. "My son is indeed handsome and elegant." Li Hongyuan chuckled. "Everyone says that this son is useless except for this body." "Mother, you're really praising yourself." "Nonsense. How can Yuan be useless? Those people only know how to spread false rumors. How can I know how good my son is?" Noble consort Su was proud to have raised such a son. If mother thinks he's good, then he's good. This son will be leaving the palace now. Noble consort Su wanted to urge him to stay, but in the end, she didn't say anything. It wasn't good for an adult prince to hang around in the harem for a long time. You must pay attention to your wound. Since your estate's doctor is skilled, you might have better medicine. If you do, you could change it when you go back. This son understands. I'll be leaving now. Noble consort Su went out with him and saw Li Hongming in the outer hall. When Li Hongming saw the two of them together, he went forward without saying anything. With his mother around, he wouldn't ignore him. However, Li Hongyuan really ignored him. He took a step to the side and brushed past him. Li Hongming froze on the spot. He never hid his emotions in front of noble consort Su, so the gloomy expression on his face was quite obvious. Li Hongming then looked at noble consort Su's unkind eyes. The corners of his mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. At that moment, noble consort Su really wanted to slap him. You still want to scheme over such a small matter? If you don't have the slightest bit of sincerity, who would care about you? What did I teach you for so many years? Did it all go to waste? You thought that if he ignored you, mother might be sad. You even schemed against mother, but didn't you think that mother would be sad? You want to pretend to be brothers at this time? Do you think I don't know your true relationship? What's the use of pretending in front of me? I think you're used to pretending. You don't forget your words and actions at all times. I told you before that if you want to achieve great things, you have to create a good image. However, I also told you that going too far is as bad as falling short. You're like this even in front of your close relatives. Even if you succeed in the end, will everyone betray you? Li Hongming was scolded by noble consort Su until his face turned green and white. After a moment, he said, "Mother, this son knows his mistake. You don't only know your mistake with your mouth. Scram, just looking at you makes me annoyed. This son will take his leave." Li Hongming responded in a low voice. Then he turned and left. After leaving the Jade Essence Palace, Li Hongming put on a perfect mask again in the blink of an eye. He always had to be magnanimous, elegant, and gentle to others. He looked like he was courteous to the wise and let people feel that he valued you. He made people feel that even if their status was low, he wouldn't see through them. There was no difference in status between heaven and earth. Deep down, he was the most indifferent, ruthless, and selfish. In his eyes, other people were nothing but useful. However, at this time, Li Hongming was very clear that he had to reconcile with Li Hongyuan. After seeing Li Hongyuan's martial strength, this matter was even more urgent. Even if he pushed everything back, now was a critical period. There were too many things to do, and he couldn't afford to toss them around. Li Hongyuan was actually a little worried at this time. He was injured, and Wanwan knew about it. It wouldn't be a problem to fool around for the first few days, but even if the wound healed, it would leave a scar. Sooner or later, it would be known. After a few days, there might be another crime of concealing and not reporting. Sure enough, he had a good fight for a while, but there were a lot of troublesome things later. Therefore, this was the difference between caring and not caring. Li Hongyuan went to Imperial Concubine Su's place with a body full of injuries. He didn't care about Imperial Concubine Su's feelings at all. As for Jingwan, on the one hand, he was afraid that she would be worried. On the other hand, he was a little inexplicably timid. Imagine, if it was Jingwan who hurt him, no matter what the reason was, he was afraid that he would explode. Even if Wanwan knew the reason for his actions and understood, it would be difficult to forgive him. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. After returning to the prince's mansion, Li Hongyuan's attitude unknowingly became a little careful. They hadn't been married for long, but after all, they were the closest people to each other. Jingwan naturally noticed it at the first moment. She narrowed her eyes slightly and examined Li Hongyuan. Unexpectedly, she didn't directly come up to kiss and hug him. It should be known that as long as it was in private, his actions couldn't be too natural and casual. "Ah Yuan, did you do something wrong to me?" Li Hongyuan coughed lightly, then pulled Jingwan's hand into his embrace and rubbed it against the side of his neck. "How could I?" His attitude was simply fawning and acting coquettishly, yet he still dared to say that there was no problem. Then, Jingwan smelled a trace of something strange on Li Hongyuan. Her sense of smell was originally more sensitive than that of ordinary people. Therefore, she tilted her head back and pressed a finger against Li Hongyuan's forehead. "Speak. If you confess, you'll be lenient. If you resist, you'll be strict." Li Hongyuan was a little helpless. I was a little injured today." Jingwan's expression was a little dangerous. "And then? When I was practicing with He Zhihai, he said that he was a little injured, but Jingwan didn't really believe that it was just a little injury. Moreover, he said, if you could get injured in a practice session, I presume that Your Highness is quite selfless? Your Highness and the young master of the He family are really love-hate." "Huh? Isn't that right, Your Highness?" Then she placed her hand on his shoulder, one hand moving along his arm and the other along his chest, caressing down inch by inch. Of course, that was if one ignored the strength of her hand and that creepy smile. Not to mention Li Hongyuan, even the servants by the side knew that the princess consort was angry. And from the looks of it, it seemed that she was quite angry. Li Hongyuan let out a muffled groan, and a painful expression appeared on his face. It was as if it was painful to look at. Jingwan subconsciously reduced her strength. "Now I know it's painful. Your Highness didn't seem to have any abnormalities at all before. Actually, it's not painful, really." Li Hongyuan looked calm and indifferent, as if he didn't care at all. Jingwan fiercely pinched him again, and, as expected, she saw Li Hongyuan's expression change again. For a moment, Jingwan didn't know if he was deliberately pretending to gain sympathy or if it was really very painful. However, it was inevitable that it would hurt when injured. As long as the nerves of pain were normal, then it depended on the person's ability to endure pain. This man was a strong person, but in the end, he was raised in luxury. Go call Gong Jiu over. In the end, worry and heartache took over. Even if it was treated, Jingwan was still worried. She watched as Gong Jiu unbandaged the wound and checked if it was necessary to apply medicine again. Then, Jingwan was so angry that she didn't know where to vent her anger. This was called a little injury? Even if she counted them one by one, it would take a long time. Even Gong Jiu said that it was a little injury. However, if it was her previous life, even a small wound would need at least 2 or 3 stitches. Was this a little injury? Jingwan didn't say anything and just sat there with a cold face. She didn't feel anything in front of noble consort Su, but now she felt as if there was a knife at her back. Li Hongyuan sighed in his heart. This injury was really nothing to him. Gong Jiu wasn't affected. He immediately saw what medicine was used on the wound and prepared to add a medicine that wouldn't inhibit the medicine, but could speed up the healing process. "Gong Jiu, the medicine you used on young master he last time should have good effects on external and internal injuries, right? Use that medicine on Wang Ye." The former secret guard, who had been silent for a long time, was now the food doctor. His hands couldn't help but tremble. Wang Fei really couldn't be offended. Even if Wang Yi did something wrong, he still had to be punished. After a pause, he said, "Wang Fei, Wang Ye has already applied medicine. That medicine and this medicine, what's wrong?" Jingwan asked with a smiley face. Gong Jiu subconsciously shut his mouth. The fake smile on the princess's face was a little frightening. "Use it." Li Hongyuan didn't say anything. As long as it could calm his wife down, it didn't matter if it hurt a little more. Gong Jiu was still a little hesitant. His master didn't know the power of the medicine. It should be known that in their eyes, He Zhihai was definitely a tough guy. Moreover, he was born and grew up in the border town, so he definitely suffered a lot. However, before the White Dragon Temple last year, it was estimated that his master's skin had not been broken. Although they were quite surprised to see his master's endurance at that time, there was still no way to compare him with He Jihai, who was really thick-skinned and rough. They had completely seen He Jihai's situation at that time. Although the effect was good, because it was too painful. If he couldn't bear it, he might die of pain. Master didn't care, but Gong Jiu still wanted to say something to Jingwan, but Li Honyuan stopped him with his eyes. Gong Jiu learned a lot of skills at a young age, so he was naturally very smart. How could he not know his master's meaning? If it weren't for his poker face, he might have twitched at this moment. In order to take advantage of the princess consort, he would resort to any means. Now, in order to ask for forgiveness, he would naturally be scheming. It should be known that even if the princess consort was angry, she would definitely forgive him after some time. However, he had to resort to such means. Seeing Gong Jiu's reaction, Jingwan naturally noticed something strange. Taking the medicine might be more terrible than she expected. She was hesitating and decided to give up. However, Gong Jiu, who was a man of action, had taken the medicine out of the medicine box and decisively sprinkled it on one of the smaller wounds. In a very short time after that, Li Hongyuan's painful voice burst out, but he subconsciously swallowed it back. His teeth were tightly clenched, his body was convulsing, and the blue veins on the back of his hands, forehead, and neck were bulging. He looked quite scary. Jingwan was even more frightened by his reaction. This medicine was more terrible than she expected. It was countless times more terrible. Jingwan didn't care about being angry. She told him to remember the lesson and not to mess around next time. She also forgot about it and hugged Li Honyuan. Gong Jiu, hurry up and remove the medicine. What are you waiting for? Jingwan was so anxious that her eyes turned red. In fact, Gong Jiu had already prepared for this. He used a small amount of medicine, and now he quickly scraped off the powder. However, after all, it was on the wound, so there must be some residual medicine. Princess, the residual medicine may gradually lose its effect in half an hour. Wash it off. Wash it off immediately. Use clear liquor. Qi Yuan's winemaking skill was quite good. There were several kinds of clear and mellow liquor with a high alcohol content. Gong Jiu didn't question Jingwan's words, and Eunuch Mu moved faster. He brought the best clear liquor as fast as he could. Normally, when the liquor touched the wound, it would be extremely painful. However, the stimulation of the liquor was completely indifferent. The medicine that was still floating on the surface of the wound could be washed off, but what about the medicine that was deep in the blood? He could only wait for the medicine to lose its effect. Seeing Li Honyuan in so much pain, Jingwan burst into tears. I'm sorry. It's my fault. It's all my fault. I shouldn't be angry because you don't cherish yourself and do such a thing. Ayuan. Jingwan was careful not to touch other wounds. Li Honyuan was actually quite conscious, but he couldn't speak. He was worried that he would cry out if he opened his mouth. As for other wounds, he couldn't feel them at all at this moment. Jingwan wanted to let go, but he held her tightly. However, extreme pain often led to the increase of strength. Hearing Jingwan's muffled groan, he subconsciously pushed her away. Whether it was pain or itch, they could be transferred in other ways. He just didn't know how effective it was now. Jingwan pushed Gong Jiu and the others away, and then leaned forward to avoid his wounds. She tried her best to arouse his desire. To be honest, since they got married, Jingwan had taken the initiative, but it was definitely the first time that she was so enthusiastic. Li Honyuan was slightly stunned. At that moment, the pain might have really been alleviated, but in fact, he still couldn't respond to her. He didn't even dare to open his mouth when she kissed him on the lips. He was afraid that he would bite her. Perhaps it was really too painful. This desire didn't rise so easily, but Jingwan didn't show any signs of stopping. She didn't know how much time had passed, but when Li Honyuan hugged Jingwan and kissed her, she realized that the effects of the drug might have worn off. However, she didn't push him away. Her expression was as if she was facing a porcelain doll that would break at the slightest touch. Li Honyuan laughed. It's all right. His voice was a little low. It wasn't a long time, but it consumed a lot of his strength. Laugh. You can still laugh? Jingwan was angry and anxious. Wan, you're not angry anymore. Of course, I can laugh. Who told you I'm not angry? Looking at him, it was as if he was using the trick of injuring himself. Jingwan hated him so much that she wanted to slap him. You're still angry. Then, do you want some more? Again? Do you want to die of pain? Or do you want me to die of heartache? Why was this bastard always so irritating? Okay. We won't do it. Don't talk about death. I don't like it. Then you hurt yourself. Do I like it? Yuan, you hurt yourself, but my heart hurts. Don't play like this in the future, no matter what you want to do. I don't care if you're teaching people or just itching to play, but you should at least take care of yourself. Otherwise, even if it's some big plan, I may stop you from doing it. Okay, there won't be a next time. I promise. Seeing Jingwan like this, how could Li Hongyuan not feel heartache? The feeling of fighting with He Jihai before has faded. Jingwan was still concerned about Li Hongyuan's injury. She didn't care about how she looked now and called Gong Jiao in. Gong Jiao didn't look sideways. He just seriously treated Li Hongyuan's wound. As for some indescribable marks, he ignored them. After everything was taken care of, Jingwan opened her mouth again. Wanya, did you do it on purpose just now? Don't tell me you don't know the effect of that medicine. Wan, you've wronged me. I really didn't know the effect of that medicine was so powerful. Jingwan glanced at Gong Jiao. Gong Jiao, you're also a blockhead. Your master doesn't know, but you must know. He asked you to use it, so you used it. Don't you know how to measure it yourself? Originally, he wanted to be in the background and wait for his master's order to let him go out. In the end, Wang Fei took out her anger on him. He was shot while lying down. Don't think he didn't know that his master was just passing the blame. But, as a shadow guard, even if it's a thing of the past, they still have to take the blame for their master. In all kinds of ways. This subordinate knows his mistake. Chapter 385. Gong Jiao, who had blocked his mistress's heart, was sent away. Outside in the corridor, he met Fu Rong, who was wearing a veil. She did this not because she cared about her appearance, but because she didn't want to dirty her mistress's eyes. According to Jingwan, she didn't care. Before she got married, she had seen her sister-in-law's face many times. But Fu Rong refused with a smile. According to her, her mistress's kindness was not a reason for her to not follow the rules. In the end, before she served Jingwan, everything she experienced was different from ordinary people. Deep in her heart, she was somewhat sensitive. Compared to others, she was more afraid of doing the wrong thing. Therefore, it was inevitable that she would be more cautious. In this situation, Jingwan didn't know how to deal with it. In the end, she let her be. She also told the other maidservants that they didn't need to be special in front of Fu Rong. Only when she felt that she was the same as the people around her and completely dispelled the shadow hidden in the bottom of her heart could she be considered a real new life. Gong Jiao followed his duty. I have a lot of good medicine that can remove scars. Even if it can't remove scars, it can make them fade a lot. If you want, come find me. I will prepare the medicine for you. Thank you, Gongzi. This servant doesn't feel that there is anything wrong. Gongzi doesn't need to worry about this servant. In this regard, Gong Jiao didn't care. Do as you wish. Whenever you want, you can come find me. He rolled up his sleeves and left with his hands behind his back. Fu Rong didn't have any emotional fluctuations and continued to quietly complete her task. Inside the room, after such a thing, Li Hongyuan's body was covered in sweat. Obviously, he couldn't take a bath during this time. Jingwan asked someone to bring water and personally wiped his body. Compared to noble consort Su, Jingwan was much more violent. She only avoided the wound, but the rest of her body was still filled with anger and was venting her anger. There were even several times when she wanted to directly hit Li Hongyuan's face. In fact, when she was finally done, it seemed that she really wanted to do so. Li Hongyuan looked at the stuff on his face and thought, why is she still angry? Sigh, this woman is really hard to coax. However, no matter how hard it was to coax her, she was still his wife. No matter how hard it was to coax her, he had to coax her. Otherwise, if Wan was unhappy, he would be unhappy too. After he finished speaking, Li Hanyuan didn't move for a long time. He put his hands on his hips and just watched. Therefore, when Li Hanyuan took off the mask on his face, he saw his wife staring straight at him. Her expression was not very good. Li Hanyuan was inexplicably shocked. He threw the towel aside and reached out to pull Jingwan into his arms. Jingwan hurriedly put her hand on his shoulder, afraid that she would touch his wound. Then, she hit him angrily. "Who told you to touch me? Let go of me." Li Hanyuan didn't let go at all. He let her sit on his lap and rubbed his chin on her shoulder. "My wife, if I don't touch you, am I supposed to touch an outsider?" He was obviously deliberately twisting her meaning. Jingwan was so angry that she hit him again. Wanwan's temper is getting worse and worse. Think about it. Before we got married, she accepted more gifts. Even if she was angry with me, she wouldn't go against me. Now, she hits people for no reason. She's so fierce. Li Hanyuan chuckled and complained. "What? Do you like someone who's well-behaved in front of you? Then I'm sorry, the one you're holding now has been spoiled by you. She only knows how to be lawless and doesn't know how to behave. If you don't like her and are unhappy, just throw her away and find someone else." "How easy is that?" Jingwan said coldly. Li Hanyuan opened his mouth and bit her red lips. "Even if she's spoiled, it's because I spoiled her. No matter what other people think, I still like her. How can I bear to throw her away? You have to know that I spent a lot of effort to spoil her so much that she's throwing a little temper. You're not allowed to say something like finding someone else in the future. Even if you're angry, you can't say it. I don't like it. I really don't like it. If you dare to say it again, I'm afraid that I'll really make you unable to get out of bed for 3 days." Jingwan's nose was dry and her eyes were not very comfortable. She knew that she was becoming more and more delicate. Other people were still fine and rational, but there was no other way. She couldn't control her emotions at all. Like this, she was afraid that she really couldn't leave this man. Jingwan hugged him, but her body still subconsciously avoided the wounds on his body. She bit his shoulder twice, but not as hard as usual, leaving only 2 bite marks. "This is your purpose, isn't it? Spoiling me so much that I can't leave you no matter what, right?" Li Hanyuan patted her head and smiled a little proudly. "That's right. I want to spoil you so much that no one else can't stand your delicateness. You'll be picky with everyone else. You can only live comfortably by my side." Jingwan snorted twice. "Then you have to continue to work hard. You're still far from that step. Let me tell you, I'm not someone who can be bought off by luxurious food and clothes." I know. Our Wan is the pickiest. Nothing that could capture her heart would ever be an external object." Jingwan hugged his neck, but her body was slightly bent. It was obvious that she would be uncomfortable. Li Hanyuan wanted to adjust her posture, but Jingwan didn't let him. "Don't treat your injury lightly. Be honest. It's really nothing. This injury is completely negligible compared to Wan's unhappiness." Jingwan raised her head and looked at him with slightly red eyes. "You did it on purpose. You deliberately tortured yourself to make me feel uncomfortable so that I'll forgive you. Then, the next time something similar happens, you'll still hurt yourself like this and then do the same thing again." Wan's words are a little harsh. Seeing you feel uncomfortable is more painful than anything else. When you cried like that just now, it was like cutting my heart with a blunt knife. I really promise you that this kind of thing will never happen again. So, don't be angry, okay? There had to be a limit to what he could do. He couldn't let his heart hurt and hurt his body. "Okay, if you're more obedient, I won't be angry. Then Wan, tell me, what do you want your husband to do? I'll listen to you." Li Hongyuan's smile was shallow, but gentle and doting. "Let go. Hurry up and put on your clothes. Don't you see what kind of weather it is? Don't be injured and catch a cold." This time, Li Hanyuan was very obedient. He let go of Jingwan and quickly put on his clothes. Jingwan fixed his hair. Okay, it was purely symbolic. Whether it was dressing herself or helping others, compared to Li Hanyuan, Jingwan was far worse. "It's inconvenient to bathe, but your hair needs to be washed. It's all wet with sweat." She turned back to have someone prepare hot water in the clean room. Wan, are you going to do it yourself? Just let Muin serve you." Jingwan coolly glanced at him. "I'm not willing." "What? Do you dislike Xie for being clumsy and not being able to serve our Jin Xinhuang well? Don't worry, forget about other things, but this isn't a problem. When I was 10 years old, I washed grandmother's hair. Other people can't catch up to me. Li Hongyuan tickled her nose, little heartless. Do you not know if your husband loves you dearly or dislikes you? Jingwan laughed. I know. It's me who wants to wash Yuan's hair. It's fine, it's not a big deal. Do you really want me to become someone who stretches out my hand for clothes and opens my mouth for food and not do anything? In the long run, I'll really become a 9th grade handicap. 9th grade handicap? Li Hongyuan raised his eyebrows. I just don't know how to do anything. You're considered a noble girl born in a prestigious family, and now you're Ben Wang's Wang Fei. Isn't it normal that you don't know how to do anything? So what if you're 9th grade handicap? Jingwan wanted to be speechless. Even a young lady from a prestigious family was far from being this good. Where did this man want to pamper her? He clearly wanted to spoil her until she was ruined. At that time, old Luo Foreign's health wasn't very good, and it wasn't convenient for her to wash her face and rinse her mouth. Jingwan also had 2 reclining chairs made according to the ones she used to wash her hair in her previous life. In the end, that thing gradually spread in qi and fu. Among the dowry furniture that was made for Jingwan, 2 sets were specially made. Now, not only was it popular in the Ministry of Personnel, after Jingwan agreed, it was also popular in Jinxin Wangfu. The one that Jingwan had people make wasn't that flat. It was relatively slanted and could only be considered as sitting or lying down, not sleeping or reclining. Counting it, this was indeed the first time that Jingwan washed Li Hongyuan's hair. In the past, at most, she would casually wash it when they were bathing together. Li Hongyuan had to admit that Jingwan was indeed very good at this point. Perhaps it was because she was taking care of her grandmother. That was an elderly patient. Of course, she would be attentive, gentle, and even give an appropriate massage. Li Hongyuan was so comfortable that he almost fell asleep. Wang Ye, Prince Rue is outside the door and wants to see you. Gong Momo gently lifted the curtain of the clean room and said softly, I won't see him. If he comes later, there's no need to report to Ben Wang. I'll forgive him a few more times. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. Just like little gangster he before, as for when to see him, it completely depended on Li Hongyuan's mood. As for whether Prince Rue would stop coming after being refused a door, even if he really didn't come, to be honest, it had nothing to do with Jinxin Wangfu. Li Hongyuan was rather low-key this time. He only brought 1 person, 1 or 2 ordinary small carriages, and a coachman. Being refused the door was also within Li Hongming's expectations. He had also mentally prepared himself. Therefore, if he couldn't do it today, he would come tomorrow. In any case, one day at a time, he was bound to achieve his goal. He stood in front of Jinxin Wangfu for a moment to ensure that there were people from other Fu who could see him, but also not to the extent of attracting a crowd to watch him leave. He wanted to let people know his sincerity, but also not to the extent of making people feel that he was forcing them. However, this little trick was nothing in Li Hongyuan's eyes. Moreover, he didn't care about his reputation and didn't mind being talked about. As for Li Hongming's sincerity, it wasn't within the scope of Li Hongyuan's concern. He only wanted to achieve his goal in the end. At this time, compared to Li Hongyuan's tenderness, little gangster, he was much more miserable. Not to mention the whole family circling around him, showing him all kinds of care. Even his mother, grandmother, and sisters-in-law silently shed tears as they looked at the wounds on his body. This was purely a dream. One after another, they came to ridicule him. There was even someone who viciously patted his wounds twice. Seeing him grimace, they said, "Serves you right," and then clapped their hands and left. That was called unrestrained. As for those hideous wounds, in an ordinary family, the womenfolk might not even dare to look at them. If their own family's younger generation was like this, it could be said that they would cry to the heavens. In He family, it was very calm. From the master to the servant girls, they wouldn't even bat an eyelid. Towards this kind of miserable, this kind of heartless and cold family, He Jinghai didn't have any reaction. He was even happy as if he got a big treasure. He was foolishly happy. The old military doctor who applied medicine for him shook his head. Little Gongzi was valiant, but in some aspects, it was really a headache. If this temperament didn't change, he simply couldn't lead troops. One person's valiant was always limited. In the end, it was a pity. After He Jinghai put on his clothes, not to mention resting on the bed, he was still alive and kicking. He directly rushed to the martial arts field. He took a weapon and waved it vigorously. What were the wounds on his body? The wounds would burst open and not heal easily. What were those? Ignore all of them. When other people knew about this situation, the veins on their forehead jumped. Then they felt helpless. This was not the first time this kind of thing happened. As the head of the family, old madam, he was the calmest. Someone go to Jin Wangfu and ask for 2 doses of medicine. Others were silent, but their hearts were in agreement. To be able to make people stop and also to speed up the healing of the wounds, it couldn't be better. As for the sequelae, who let them he family have a heart of stone. All right, the main thing was that they were used to seeing life and death. Losing an arm or breaking a leg was a common occurrence. It was just a little bit of pain, that's all. And Jin Xinhuang Fu was especially generous, giving a lot of medicine for both internal and external use. Internal injuries were naturally to be taken orally, pills. External injuries were to be applied externally. Medicinal powders, sufficient quantities were naturally in case of emergency. As for whether this was Jin Xinhuang Fei's special care, the He family did not need to know. He Jinghai was personally brought down from the martial arts field by his own mother and grandmother. No matter how undisciplined and out of control he was, at this time, he was as obedient as a kitten. It's just that when He Jinghai saw the medicine from Jin Wangfu, he thought of the terrible pain. The shadow in his heart grew so big that he wanted to run away. And the head of He family seemed to have foresight. He held Jia Fa and blocked the door. Today you dare to run out of this room and try? If you go out, you can still fight with Jin Wangfu. I will write my name upside down. This simply pinched his weak spot. Compared to the pain, not being able to fight with Jin Wangfu would only make him suffer more. Grandmother, that this medicine is too overbearing. My wounds always heal quickly, so can I not use it? Old madam, he sneered and didn't say a word. He Shao gangster succumbed to his grandmother's abuse of power and became He Shao pitiful. He went back with grievance and then started to take off his clothes. The old military doctor also heard about the power of this medicine, but in the end, he never saw it or tried it himself. But he had seen the effect of this medicine, so he was eager to try it. He smelled a lot of medicine, but there was still a lot of medicine left. Even if he took it back to study, there might not be any result. But now it's not the time to think about this. He should first see the effect with his own eyes. He Jinghai couldn't stop retreating. Facing the old military doctor who was laughing, he felt an unprecedented fear. There's actually something that can make Xiao Gongzi afraid. It must be a good thing. Facing He Shao gangster many times, even if the old military doctor had a bodhisattva's heart, there would be a time when he became black-bellied. He Jinghai was speechless. What do you mean that the thing he is afraid of is a good thing? Even if he used to give the military doctor headaches, but he shouldn't be treated like this, right? Obviously, the old military doctor was also very scary. But in He Shao gangster's eyes, he was not a good thing. However, He Shao gangster didn't dare to talk back at this time. He simply closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and clenched his fists. Before he could do anything, the blue veins on his body bulged. He looked like he was facing death calmly. Other people were even more interested in this medicine. The old military doctor's eyes were shining. Then, he started to treat He Jinghai's long and deep wound without any hesitation. He wasn't as careful as Gong Jiao. Not long after the powder was applied, He Shao gangster's miserable howl was heard. It was deafening. Ordinary pain was nothing to He Jinghai. It was completely within his tolerance range. Most of the time, he could ignore it. But when he really couldn't stand it, he didn't care about his face. And he wasn't afraid that his family would worry about him. Therefore, he didn't feel any pressure at all. Seeing He Jinghai's miserable condition, the He family members were a bit shocked. They even felt pity for him. Why don't we not use it? It was said that the eldest sister-in-law was like a mother. Jinghai was only a few years older than her son. Use it, why not use it? Anyway, this place hurts, and so does the whole body. It can't be that the more wounds there are, the more pain there is. It's good to let him feel more pain now. Only when he knows the pain, even when the pain is deep in his bones, will he be more careful in the future. Only then will he use his brain more and not be like a madman who doesn't care about anything. Madam, he said calmly. When the others heard this, they all fell silent. Madam He's words weren't directed at Li Hongyuan. She was talking about the battlefield in He Jinghai. Just as Madam He said, when he really fought, he was a madman. On the battlefield, he was a madman. His combat strength increased, but he didn't kill many enemies. On the contrary, sometimes he only cared about himself and would bring trouble to his own side. Moreover, he didn't care much about his injuries. With his combat strength, he shouldn't be injured, but he was injured almost every time. This kind of situation was actually very dangerous. The He family members didn't want him to die inexplicably on the battlefield one day. After all, as long as the enemy understood his personality, they could completely scheme against him. As long as he went deep into the enemy's camp, no matter how much he killed, he would be surrounded and killed by the sea of people. Old Witch, in the future, whenever this evil creature is injured, no matter if it's external or internal injuries, use this medicine. At most, we'll throw away this old face and go to Jin Wangfu to ask for more medicine. He Wei said coldly. Compared to the possibility of this evil creature losing his life for no reason one day, the pain of looking at him now was not worth it at all. Thus, little tyrant, he was destined to have some tragedies in the future. In the next few days, there was basically nothing much to do because Jiangnan had already dealt with it. Not many people were beheaded directly, but there were many people who were locked up in prison and waiting to be exiled or squatted down. Naturally, there were more people who were demoted. Of course, there were also some who were transferred. The most special one was Governor Su. He originally had nothing to do with the Jiangnan Salt corruption case, but because he was transferred and went to the coastal area, although the sea trade of Qiyuan was not developed, it was not closed off. Thus, although it was not as good as Jiangnan, it was still a place with rich oil and water. Thus, most people thought that it was just a normal transfer. In the entire officialdom of Jiangnan, those who were not dealt with were basically officials who were 5th rank and below. Thus, although they tried their best to control it, there were still some movements. Fortunately, the new official arrived in time, and it was believed that it would be stabilized soon. As the saying goes, when you pull out the radish, the mud will come out with it. However, Lu Qingdi's tolerance was limited now, so he did not deal with anyone in the capital. However, because of some specious words in the imperial court, the courtiers were all nervous and conscientious and did not dare to act rashly. On the surface, there were no losses, but the losses in the dark were too great. The loss of manpower was secondary, but the loss of money was the most important thing. It would definitely make many people vomit blood secretly. Perhaps it was not obvious now, but as time went by, those who were used to being extravagant and whose main source of wealth was from Jiangnan would definitely be strapped for cash. At that time, no one knew what would happen. Li Hongyuan said that he would take away some people's money, but when he really took action, it was absolutely terrifying. They were bullied and suffered losses, but it was Lu Qingdi who gave them this. None of them dared to say anything, and they all pretended to be obedient like quails. And those who were not involved, but knew all the ways and means, all kept silent. What was different from others was that these people's hearts were very calm, or perhaps they even had the mentality of watching a play. And there were also some people who were slightly different. There were people who were related to Peishi, or family members who were related to Peishi by marriage, or disciples of Peishi's great scholars. However, because these people were in the capital, they understood Jin Xinwang's situation better. Thus, regardless of whether Peishi's matter was related to Jin Xinwang or not, they could not and did not dare to do anything or say anything. If Peishi did not have so many negative things, even if they risked danger, they would still say a few words. For morality, for friendship, For face, the one who did not say or do not do anything would be them. Pei had such a bad reputation. Cutting off ties was simply natural. Even if it was brought up, they could still speak righteously, and even say that their previous friendship with Pei was a disgrace, that they did not recognize people clearly, and even say that they were the victims who were deceived. Because these people all shrank back. Naturally, they also restrained the younger generation of their family. After all, at this time, if something happened, a small matter could become a big matter. Perhaps Lu Qingdi, who was still angry, would not let it go. The new and old debts would be settled together, and then he would kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Who knew what the outcome would be? As a result, the atmosphere in the capital was very strict, and the public security was very good. Of course, the businesses of brothels, pleasure boats, and dance halls were also seriously affected. At this time, a small matter could become the topic of conversation after tea and meal. There was no other way. It was too boring. Under these circumstances, Prince Rui went to Jin Xinhuang Fu every day to report, and every time he was met with a closed door. Even if it was not conspicuous, it would become conspicuous. How did Prince Rui offend Jin Xinhuang? Li Hongming was questioned whether it was true or false, or whether it was ridicule or schadenfreude. On the surface, there was helplessness and the specifics were vague, but in his heart, there was hatred. Not only did he hate these people, but also Li Hongyuan. In his view, his attitude was already so low. Even if Li Hongyuan was pretentious, there should be a limit. This time, he humiliated him again and again. Originally, because of Mu Fei's face, he did not bicker with him, but now he fiercely remembered it, and when he ascended the throne in the future, perhaps it was because there was no other way, Prince Rui said to him, "The two children quite like 6 daimai. I'll take the 2 children to see 6 daimai ba." Want sincerity? Want sincerity? Since a direct route was not possible, they could only take a roundabout route. Jingwan took Prince Rui's 2 little Junju to play. Not long after, the 2 children heard that they were going to be taken to Jin Xinhuang Fu and appeared very happy. Prince Rui's heart was complicated. The 2 children liked 6th aunt, but as parents, they had to use this innocence to achieve their own goals. If it was known, who knew what they would think? Even if they did not know, they were actually living in a lie. Wasn't it another kind of sorrow? At the same time, Prince Rui's feelings toward Jingwan were also very complicated. She envied her similarly carefree days, envied that she did not have to be careful in front of noble consort Su. Even if she angered noble consort Su, she did not have to do anything. She also envied that she was protected and pampered by her husband. However, Jingwan's mouth was similarly unforgiving. Even if Prince Rui stood in her own position and said a few words, she would be unceremoniously retorted back. In this way, it was really somewhat difficult to describe. In fact, the more complicated thing was about the 2 children. She thought that she had done everything a mother should do. She knew that she could not let the children be too close to the wet nurse, so she often took them by her side. Sometimes she might be a bit strict, but most of the time she was not particularly restrained. These 2 children were actually not particularly close to her, because after returning from the palace that time, she tried to take the 2 children to play, but they were very reserved and even felt disbelief from them. At that time, she actually wanted to cry, but in the end, she held it back. She learned from Jingwan and used all her patience to guide them. Finally, she achieved results. At the beginning, when she heard her daughter say Mu Fei actually doesn't know how to do this, she was stiff. Later on, she could calmly say, then Jier can teach Mu Fei, okay? Looking at her daughter's proud face and seriously and intimately teach her, Prince Rui almost cried again. The feeling was completely opposite. In just a few days, she only took a little time to play with him in person every day, but the relationship between the mother and daughter quickly became intimate. It was all because of Luo Jingwan. Without giving an invitation, Prince Rui directly took the 2 children to the door. The reason was that the 2 children missed their 6th aunt. Li Hongyuan was unhappy and wanted to send them away directly. Jingwan's eyes were a bit cold, but she did not follow Li Hongyuan's idea in the end. If such little children were rejected at the door, they would definitely think that they were not liked by others. Perhaps it would cause psychological harm. Therefore, Jingwan asked people to welcome them in and prepare the children's favorite things, no matter it was food or toys. Seeing Jingwan, the two children's eyes were bright, but they still pretended to greet Jingwan. Good morning, sixth aunt. Jingwan did not bring her own emotions to the children. She squatted down and hugged the two little girls. Oh, you two are really good babies. I like you very much. She also rubbed their foreheads. The two little girls giggled. Seeing this scene, Prince Rue thought that she couldn't do it to this extent. There was a faint sense of guilt in her heart, but she didn't know who it was for. Before she married, she was also naive and unaffected. But after entering Jin Xinwang Fu for so many years, all her beautiful hopes were shattered. For this and that, she became a schemer. At the same time, she was numb and thought that this life would be like this. She never thought that there would be times when there would be fluctuations. Jingwan got up and pulled the children with each hand. Third sister-in-law is here. Come and sit. Prince Rue smiled, but that smile was a bit forced. Jingwan's attitude was not cold, and her words were not harsh or sarcastic. She knew that it was because of the two children. Jingwan was not worried about her, but the children. The relationship between adults had a great impact on the children. She deeply felt this when she was in her maternal family. The mother used the children, but the opponent took care of the children with all her heart. How ironic. The place to receive guests was set up in the courtyard. Although the weather was getting colder, the courtyard was still thriving. It seemed to be better than other houses. Seeing the things that Jingwan prepared for the two children, there were no dangerous things to play with. The food was delicious and easy to digest. She put in a lot of effort. Jingwan first played with the two little girls for a while. Hey, sixth aunt has something to say to your Mufei. You two go play by yourselves first. Okay? There are treasures in the courtyard. If you find it, sixth aunt will give it to you, okay? She then instructed the servants to keep an eye on them and not let them run around too much. In addition, there was no need to restrain them. The two little girls happily went on a treasure hunt. Sixth sister-in-law is considerate. Jingwan still looked at the direction of the two children. Children run and jump, and their bodies are better. And children are hot-tempered, so you don't need to put on clothes too quickly. It could be said that they were totally different. When Prince Rue was about to speak, she turned her head and smiled, but there was no warmth in her eyes. Whether I am considerate or not, you don't need to tell me. I just have a clear conscience. It's okay to use the children. After all, it's your business. Don't use the children to plot against others and let the children suffer. Although she knew that Jingwan was straightforward, she still felt embarrassed and angry at being exposed. Sixth sister-in-law. Even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. How can I do something to hurt my children? That's hard to say. There are even people who strangle their children to achieve some purposes. Third sister-in-law may not do that, but who can guarantee that Prince Rue won't? After all, they're just two girls. For some men, as long as they're useful, they probably won't mind using them in any way. Prince Rue wanted to refute, but she couldn't say a word as if her neck was choked by someone. Because she knew clearly that if such a situation really happened, her husband, the father of the children, would definitely do such a thing. At this time, Prince Rue almost broke down and tears fell down. Third sister-in-law, wipe your tears. I don't care if people say that I bullied you, but I'm afraid that the two little commandery princesses will be sad and be in a bad mood if they see it. Jingwan said lightly, looking very indifferent. Prince Rue quickly wiped her tears and forced a smile. I also know the reason why third sister-in-law came to the Fu today, so there's no need to say more. Of course, third sister-in-law doesn't need to say this to him. Otherwise, that man might say that you're incompetent and a hindrance. Just say that our Prince Rue has a bad temper. He is him, and I am me. If he doesn't calm down, I can't do anything. If he still wants to torment people, I can't be angry with him for an outsider. However, there is one thing that you can tell him. Reconciliation is fine, but prepare 5 million taels of silver. Prince Rue was listening quietly at the beginning, but at the end, She was shocked. Silver. Our prince has no power and can only ask for some worldly things. 5 million taels, it's not a lot, but it's not a small amount. For a prince, it's not a big deal. In fact, Jin Xinhuang Fu doesn't lack money at all. This is something that everyone knows. However, this time, our prince is really angry. If we don't mention any conditions, he definitely won't be able to swallow this anger. Originally, according to our prince's original intention, it's at least 8 million taels, but for Mu Fei's sake, we'll meet. Prince Rue pulled the corner of her mouth. Jingwan had already said it, so she couldn't say, "Isn't it too much?" However, this amount, for Prince Rue Fu, was indeed a bit too much. It wasn't to the extent that they couldn't take it out, but if they did, it would definitely hurt them. How much money did Jin Xinhuang Fu have? Outsiders didn't know. They all said that it was more than the other brothers added together. Most likely, it was true. 5 million taels for Jin Xinhuang Fu might really not be a big deal. However, Jin Xinhuang Fu didn't need to cultivate its own power. No matter how luxurious the entire Fu was, it couldn't be compared to the money that other people needed to invest in their power. Jin Xinhuang Fu didn't understand, so they naturally thought that Prince Rue Fu wouldn't be unable to take out this amount of money. However, they couldn't tell the truth. The world belonged to the one on the dragon throne. Treating it as a son cultivating power, in private they would turn a blind eye to it. But if it was exposed in the open, was it seeking death or seeking death? Moreover, if those things were exposed, it would definitely not be within the tolerance range of the one on the dragon throne. Therefore, they could only grit their teeth and endure. All right, I'll go back and tell Prince. Jingwan nodded. The proper business is finished. Next, Imperial Saw can be more casual. In Jin Xinhuang Fu, you don't need to be so tense. Not to mention the proper business. In this Jin Xinhuang Fu, even if it was the enemy's territory, it could indeed make people more relaxed. More relaxed than in their own Fu. How laughable. The two young ladies' foreheads were faintly covered with sweat. They came back somewhat dejectedly. Sixth aunt, we didn't find the treasure. You two little girls don't seem to know the value of goods. In your sixth aunt's courtyard, any random flower or plant is a treasure. Therefore, this courtyard is full of treasures. Prince Rue faintly pointed at them and smiled. The two young ladies widened their eyes. Sixth aunt, is it true? Yes. Jingwan smiled and nodded. Although I didn't find it, but sixth aunt can still give each of you a stalk. Go choose it yourself. When you leave, I'll have someone send it back to you. The two young ladies all looked at their Mu Fei at the same time. Prince Rue nodded. Your sixth aunt's flowers and plants are very good. They can't be asked for outside. Now that there's a chance, you don't need to be polite with her. Then can each of us have 2 stalks? The small one stretched out 2 chubby little fingers. You sly girl, greedy and insatiable. Prince Rue pretended to be angry. Yes, don't listen to your Mu Fei. It's just one more stalk. Sixth aunt is happy. She smiled and rubbed the little girl's head. Go choose. The two young ladies didn't understand, but they weren't greedy and didn't ask for the biggest stalk. But because of this, they really did choose something good. Jingwan was happy. The 2 little darlings have good eyes. She went back and called people to prepare. 2 stalks were directly brought in pots and just needed to be moved away. The other 2 were slightly more troublesome because it wasn't a good season for transplanting, so they couldn't hurt the roots and had to leave a lot of soil. 6. Sister-in-law, you don't need to spoil them like this. How can it be spoiling? You have to keep your word. You can't coax them just because they are children. Prince Rue didn't say anything more. When all the flowers and plants were ready, a servant came to report that Prince Rue came to pick up Prince Rue and the young commandery princess. That's good. I won't keep 3rd royal sister-in-law. Chapter 386. Everyone knew that the so-called fetching people was just an excuse. The purpose was to enter the Wangfu. As a result, Jingwan pushed the boat with the current. If Prince Rue wants to fetch people, then let you purely fetch people and be a pure good man without any utilitarian thoughts. Jingwan said this to Princess Rue with a smile. Princess Rue looked at Jingwan and knew what kind of temperament she had. It was not strange for her to do this kind of thing, but she was afraid that the good man would go mad with anger. Li Hongming, who was outside the gate, was already prepared. As a result, he just watched his wife and children being sent out, and the one who sent them out was not the master of this Wangfu, but only a mama. Jean Wangfu quickly set up another carriage and carried the flowers and trees that were to be given to the two young Junju. Other than the coachman who sat on top and waited, there was no one else. Gong Mama, who was in charge of sending people out, squatted down and then turned around, slowly entering Jean Wangfu. After that, at the entrance of Jean Wangfu, other than the guards guarding the door, there was not even a shadow of a ghost. Then, an inexplicable gust of cold wind blew, which seemed to perfectly reflect Li Hongming's mood. The two children were still very happy and were a little reluctant to part with Jean Wangfu, frequently turning their heads back. Princess Rui did not look at Li Hongming's expression at this time, and only quickly sent the children to the carriage that came to Jean Wangfu before, so as to avoid the two children's happy expression provoking their Fuwan. She let the wet nurse and servant girl follow up to serve. As for herself, of course she had to face Li Hongming. In any case, she was already used to this kind of thing. As long as she did not scare the children, it did not matter. In any case, no matter how different Li Hongming was, in the end, he had never hit her. Li Hongming did not hesitate at all this time and directly got on the carriage, because he was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and explode on the spot. Princess Rui went up and sat down quietly beside Li Hongming. She had never sat beside Li Hongming, let alone being intimate with her husband in the carriage. If she knew the relationship between Jing Wan and Li Honyuan, she would be very surprised. There was no harm without comparison. If other women knew how Li Honyuan treated Jing Wan, they would not be envious, but jealous. He used to be a womanizer, but now he had turned over a new leaf and only took one out of thousands of women. If they had known this would happen, they would not have cared about his bad reputation at all, and would have thought of ways to marry him. However, they did not know this. Moreover, they would not have known that Li Honyuan would only drink from Luo Jingwan. Prince Rui sat upright with his eyes closed. He was calming down his anger. Princess Rui knew. She just thought, what was the use of calming down? When she heard the specific situation later, she would still flip out. She was not a very magnanimous person. Why did she have to act like this? But when she thought of our Prince Rui's image to the outside world, she laughed sarcastically in her heart. Say it. About half an hour later, Li Hongming finally opened his eyes. But there was a storm in his eyes, as if he was going to swallow someone. When Jingwan and Princess Rui talked about business, it was just a few words. Princess Rui simply told Prince Rui. Of course, Princess Rui also knew how to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Even if Jingwan did not say something, she knew how to separate herself from it. She knew the consequences of telling the truth, but she would say it stupidly. So what if they were husband and wife? There were not many husband and wife in the world who were really one. They were a couple who were united in appearance, but divided at heart. They were a complete union of interests. Princess Rui kept her eyes down all the time. Otherwise, the emotions in her eyes would appear. Anyway, she always acted like this, so Li Hongming would not suspect anything. Sure enough, Li Hongming tried to hold himself back, but in the end, he couldn't hold himself back and smashed something in the carriage. Although he didn't roar, the noise was still not small. The few guards outside were shocked at first, but then they looked down and pretended that they didn't know anything. This was also a habit. They were shocked because of the sudden noise. Every time at this time, Princess Rui kept silent. She knew that this matter would involve her, but she still acted as if it had nothing to do with her. In fact, sometimes she felt that she was very strange. Her body was doing something as usual, but her consciousness seemed to fly away from her body and watch coldly from another place. Li Hongming's way of maintaining his image had been deeply ingrained in his bones. Therefore, no matter how angry he was outside, he would subconsciously restrain himself after venting a little. He would not let the matter expand. And the consequence of restraining himself would only be more difficult to control when it exploded. Therefore, when Li Hongming returned to Prince Rui's mansion, his words and actions were the same before he entered the mansion. Except for a little less smile, he still looked elegant. But after he entered, his steps were a little messy and faster. Along the way, the people in the mansion greeted him. No one dared to block his way. However, in such a place like the corridor, the servants were close to the wall and could not be more respectful to him. He walked over without looking sideways and suddenly kicked him. Flog him to death. He only left these 2 words coldly. He did not know what mistake he had made. Before he could even react, he had been gagged and dragged away. He could not beg for mercy at all. He could only feel fear, and then he died. He probably never thought that he would die without knowing why. Just yesterday, he had been praised and rewarded by the prince. Before he met the prince, he was proud and felt that he was about to be promoted to steward. Others were envious of him. But in the blink of an eye, in the blink of an eye, in the blink of an eye, after that, there were 2 more similar situations. When the others heard the news, those who could hide immediately hid far away. Those who couldn't hide were all scared out of their wits. They couldn't help but tremble when they paid their respects. They knew that the more they acted like this, the more serious the consequences would be. However, the fear in their hearts couldn't be overcome at all. The maids and manservants kneeling outside the study trembled as they watched Li Hongming stop in front of them. Although all they could see was the hem of his robes and the top of his shoes, they could see the exquisite embroidery on them. But at this moment, the embroidery was twisted into a shapeless demon, grinning hideously as if it wanted to devour them. One of the servant girls could not hold on anymore. Her body went soft, and she fainted directly. The others were not any better. They wished they could faint. Li Hongming looked down for a moment and sneered. He flicked his sleeves and entered the study. He did not continue to act. Princess Rui, who followed behind, saw that she could not continue to serve him. She waved her hand and let them go. Perhaps because he had decided the lives of several people, Li Hongming regained the feeling of being in control of life and death. He knew that he was not the one who was suppressed and could not move. At this moment, he did not continue to lose his temper and smash things. But the shadow in his eyes could not be removed. Li Hongming sat behind the desk, quietly, for a whole 2 hours. The others, including Princess Rui, including several aides, close attendants, and secret guard leaders who came later, stood still for 2 hours. Then, Li Hongming finally made a move. Sort out the available money in the mansion. So, in the end, they could only compromise. They did not dare to confront Li Hongyuan directly, and there was no way to make the matter public and fight to the death with him. This was a direct check of the accounts of Prince Rui's mansion, not only in the outer courtyard, but also in the inner courtyard. However, in the situation of Prince Rui's mansion, there were too many places to spend money. It was obvious that the inner courtyard would not allocate too much money. Usually, it would be allocated once every 6 months. Princess Rui had all the power in the inner courtyard, so she was very clear about the situation of the inner courtyard. In a place like a prince's mansion, especially a prince with power and influence, could not be too shabby. In fact, everything in the mansion could not be completely hidden from others. After all, not everything could be provided by their own people. Once it was cut, it would be noticed immediately. 1 or 2 places were fine. But if there were too many places, it would not be long before everyone knew it. At that time, Prince Rui would be laughed at. Therefore, the inner courtyard could not take out much money. Although there was still 2 months' money left, it happened that the new year was just a little more than 2 months away. Everyone knew that once the new year was over, the money spent would at least double. According to the usual practice, some money needed to be transferred from the mansion at that time. Now it was not in the account, but they had to pay out. It was okay for a while, but when the mansion had no money at that time, it would be too embarrassing. At the end of the year, it was originally the time to collect filial piety. But now the largest sum was cut off. In the past, although they spent a lot of money, their income was also quite high. Therefore, Li Hongming did not take money seriously at all. To his subordinates, except for Li Hongyuan, he was probably the most generous. This was the first time he felt so embarrassed. What was more hateful was that the result of sorting out was far from enough. There was still a gap of nearly half. Li Hongming almost flipped the table. but it was useless to flip the table. He had to continue to think of a way. Prince Rue asked Princess Rue to check the property in the mansion again. Then he took out hundreds of thousands of taels of silver from those things that could not be used. He could not find a compromise to make the rest disappear, but was still far from enough. There were many properties under the mansion, but it was not the time to collect the debts. In fact, there were not many of them. Under normal circumstances, there could be 200,000 or 300,000 taels of silver. Even if he squeezed them out, the most he could get was 500,000 taels of silver. But once he did that, the business would inevitably be affected and even hurt. But there was no other way at this time. Li Hongming was a very prideful person. He would not easily reach out to outsiders. So he sat down and killed the goose that laid the golden eggs. Princess Rue was silent. In the end, she took out her dowry, which was 500,000 taels of silver. Li Hongming was gentler to Princess Rue at this time. He promised her that when this matter was over, he would double the compensation. Princess Rue just responded with a few words in a dignified manner. He always felt that this matter might not be settled so easily. In this way, he was still short of 700,000 to 800,000 taels of silver. Li Hongming had no choice but to go to the palace to find imperial concubine Su. On one hand, he wanted his mother to see his sincerity. He also wanted her to see how far her adopted son had forced her to go. On the other hand, he naturally wanted imperial concubine Su to help him. Anyway, his own predicament, his own nature, and all the things that he showed to outsiders in the army could be shown to her. So, Li Hongming was actually calm to the point of being shameless in front of imperial concubine Su. This time, imperial concubine Su was silent for a moment. Then, she said, "The things that old six help you erase are not things that can be settled with 500,000 taels of silver." He really only asked for some common things. Anyway, in their opinion, Li Hongyuan definitely asked for the money to vent his anger. There was no other purpose because he did not lack money at all. At this time, imperial concubine Su also did not think of asking her adopted son not to ask for the money. If he said that, then her son's misunderstanding might deepen. So, even if it would cause her son to fall into a difficult situation, she would not ask. After all, it was only money. There would always be a way to get it. Li Hongming did not say anything about imperial concubine Su's attitude. He lowered his eyebrows and restrained his gaze. And he was already used to this kind of thing. Come find this concubine again tomorrow. For imperial concubine Su to reach her current status, money was not important at all. She had the best food and clothing, but she didn't need to spend her own money. The only place she spent money on was to reward people, but there weren't many people who receive her rewards. Therefore, imperial concubine Su actually didn't have much money. What she had was real estate. She was even more poor than Li Hongyuan had expected. In fact, it was not difficult for imperial concubine Su to ask for money. There were many people who wanted to give her filial piety. However, she did not think that she needed it. There was no need for this money to go out of the palace. Now that she suddenly asked for 700,000 to 800,000 taels of silver, it was still a bit tricky. Not long after Prince Rue left the palace, imperial concubine Su asked someone to invite her mother into the palace. The Su family could be said to be prominent. However, there were many people in the imperial court, but none of them sat in high positions. There were no cabinet elders in the cabinet. Out of the 6 ministries, 3 of them wanted people from the Su family. However, the highest position was still the assistant minister. This could be Lu Qingdi's masterpiece. Imperial concubine Su directly asked her mother for money without explaining the reason. The Su family was her maternal family. Although they might have been suppressed a little because of her, the Su family had also developed in many ways because of her. It could be said that the Su family was flourishing. As long as her son ascended the throne, the Su family would definitely immediately become a powerful family in the capital. Even if they did not have any military achievements, it would be natural for them to be conferred a title. Therefore, imperial concubine Su was not embarrassed. However, her mother hesitated. Her face was sorrowful, and her eyes seemed to have cried. Because she was old, her eyes were a little strange. She didn't notice it at first, and it was obvious that there was something she couldn't say. "Mother, what's wrong? Did something happen at home?" Imperial concubine Sue frowned slightly. "In fact, even if you didn't summon me, I was going to give you a token to enter the palace to see you. This time, I'm afraid that not only can I not help you, but I may also cause you trouble." Old Lady Sue's face was full of guilt. Old Lady Sue thought that Old Lady Luo and Old Lady Sun of Ding General Manor were relatively mediocre. However, she gave birth to Imperial concubine Sue. Even if her son was not a talent, others would think that she had gained a lot. The displeasure in Imperial concubine Sue's eyes flashed away. However, she was her mother after all. Even if she was a little weak and incompetent, Imperial concubine Sue still had the respect and filial piety that Imperial concubine Sue should have. "Mother, don't worry. Tell me slowly. If it's not a big problem, I'll let Minger deal with it." Imperial concubine Sue usually asked for her mother's help first, instead of asking them to find her son. Old Lady Sue breathed a sigh of relief, as if she had found her backbone. Ming Zhang seemed to be crazy a few days ago. He was obsessed with a prostitute in a brothel and didn't care about his wife and children. He even didn't care about his business. Whenever he had time, he would stay in the brothel and send the most expensive and best things to the brothel. He spent money like running water. What's more, because the prostitute got married, he was schemed against and raised the price wantonly, spending 500,000 taels of silver. Originally, your brother and sister-in-law didn't know about these things, but they found out because of this money. After the investigation, they found that they had spent 200,000 or 300,000 taels of silver. When they found out, Ming Zhang became more reckless and even threatened that if the family dared to touch a hair of the prostitute, he would hang himself at home directly. Speaking of this, Old Lady Sue couldn't help wiping her tears. Su Mingzhang was the eldest son of Imperial concubine Su's brother. He was a few years older than Li Hongming. His eldest son was already 11 or 12 years old. He was a steady person and was also good at dealing with officials. Imperial concubine Su valued him very much. He was the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, which was even higher than his father's position. He could be said to be the pillar of the Su family. It was not surprising that he could hide so much money from his family. However, such a thing happened to the most favored one in her mother's family. It could be imagined how dark Imperial concubine Su's face was. What about Mingzhang's wife? This definitely didn't happen in a day or two. It's impossible that she didn't notice. Why didn't she say anything? Speaking of which, this is the most infuriating thing. Mingzhang actually plotted against his father-in-law and two brothers-in-law early on and made them take the blame for the lawsuit. This time, he held on to his wife and the matter was exposed. When his wife told this matter, she almost cried to death. Imperial concubine Su's hand that was holding the cup had already turned white. If she had used that much strength, the cup might have already broken. Since that evil creature likes her so much, he could just redeem her and keep her at home. 100,000 taels of silver would be the most expensive. Why did he have to make such a scene outside? Did water get into his brain? Our understanding is that the prostitute didn't want to be redeemed no matter what. There's no way to know the reason. Her attitude towards Mingzhang wasn't very good, but Mingzhang pampered and coaxed her like a precious treasure. He didn't want her to suffer the slightest bit of grievance. Imperial concubine Su only felt her vision go dark. If that nephew of hers wanted to hide it, it wasn't strange that there hadn't been any rumors until now. Moreover, if this matter was set up by someone, they would naturally help him hide it and expose it when the time was right. If that's all, it shouldn't be too serious. Is there anything else? Tell me all at once. Old Madam Su cried before speaking. After a while, she calmed down and said, "It's a little special during this period of time," so she restrained her identity. But today, I don't know why she went to the brothel early in the morning. Then she saw a naked man hugging the prostitute and sleeping soundly on the bed. She lost her mind for a while, and then someone died. Fortunately, it was still early at that time, and no one else got up. The two servants who went with her went to the brothel first, and then returned home to report. The situation was temporarily under control and didn't make a fuss. However, Although the dead man didn't have a good background, his father was an official after all. After a long time, this matter couldn't be hidden. Imperial concubine, Su had never been so angry. It was obvious that she had been schemed against. What's wrong with Su Mingzhang's brain? It's fine that he got into it so easily, but why did he fall in so deep? If that person was in front of her, she would definitely slap him to death. Imperial concubine, in fact, you can't blame Mingzhang for this matter. It's just that the prostitute looks exactly the same as that person back then. Imperial concubine Su was stunned, and then realized who her mother was talking about. Her face became even worse. It was also a very melodramatic matter. When Su Mingzhang was 15 or 16 years old, a distant relative came to the capital and lived in the Su mansion. Then, the girl of that family fell in love with the eldest grandson of the Su mansion at first sight. However, the girl's status was too low. Then, the Su family must have broken up the couple and sent the girl far away, without mercy. Even if the girl was pregnant at that time and was ruthlessly aborted, the Su family refused to give her the status of a concubine. It was just because Su Mingzhang was discussing the marriage at that time. The girl was of noble birth, so obviously, such a thing absolutely could not be done. And all of this was behind Su Mingzhang's back. When he found out about the situation, the Su family told him that the girl was already dead and told him not to think about her anymore. The youth's first awakening of love was originally beautiful, but it was forcefully destroyed. Originally, perhaps he hadn't reached the point where he couldn't separate from the other party. However, when this rebellious thought arose, it became a cinnabar at the tip of his heart that he couldn't bear to part with. The marriage that was about to be completed was ruined by him. After 2 or 3 years, he began to mature, and this matter seemed to have passed just like that. Then, he married a girl of relatively low status. After that, he lived his life step by step. Who knew? Mother, how did you know that the prostitute looked the same as the one back then? Mingzhang had always been raising her and wasn't willing to force her. Who knew that she dared to take on another guest? In a fit of rage, Mingzhang took her back. Mingzhang was tormenting her with all his might, but he didn't allow us to get close. Although he took action, he didn't have the slightest intention of punishing that girl. From the time of the incident until now, Mingzhang hasn't left her side at all. He didn't even consider killing her. He ignored his family's worries and questioned that prostitute like a madman as to why she betrayed him. If we weren't sure that it was Mingzhang, we would have thought that it was a different person. It's really too strange. Imperial consort Su rubbed the space between her eyebrows. These matters were really piled up one after another. She thought that they would be able to take advantage of the Empress's fall and win. As expected, she couldn't let her guard down at any time. However, when this incident happened, it should have been before the Empress fell ill, so there was some uncertainty about who was behind it. Imperial consort Su had no choice but to let Li Hongming handle this matter. Li Hongming didn't expect that he would be called by Imperial consort Su before lunchtime. Li Hongming knew that Imperial consort Su wouldn't look for him if there wasn't something urgent. Thus, he put down the matter at hand and hurriedly entered the palace from the Ministry of Personnel. He also thought that he was a prince and only had a nominal position in the Ministry of Personnel. If it was anyone else, they would have dared to act so casually. They would have been cleaned out in a matter of minutes, and then quickly returned to take care of their child. When Li Hongming arrived at the Jade Essence Palace, his grandmother still hadn't left. After hearing the whole story, his mood could be said to be even worse than Imperial consort Su's. It was only because his grandmother was present that he didn't show it. However, the gloominess in his eyes seemed to solidify. Ming-er, you should know the seriousness of this matter. He knew. How could he not know? It was because he knew that his mood was so bad right now. The Ministry of Revenue was a money bag. Its importance was second only to the Ministry of Personnel. In the Ministry of Revenue, he naturally didn't have only one cousin, Su Mingzhang. However, Su Mingzhang was the person he trusted the most because their interests were absolutely the same. If Su Mingzhang fell, then he might lose the right to speak in the Ministry of Revenue. What kind of blow would that be? Thus, at this moment, he actually wished that Su Mingzhang would immediately die. He still had to help him settle this matter. Imperial Mother, don't worry. Son understands. This matter is no small matter. If someone is scheming behind the scenes, the moment you make a move, the person behind the scenes may immediately drag you down. Thus, you must be careful. It's best if you can pry open that prostitute's mouth first. Then verify her words before taking any further action. Do you hear me? When it came to understanding this son of hers, no one would dare to say that she was second. She knew that he was in a fit of anger and was worried that he would be swayed by his emotions. Li Hongming's heart trembled and he exhaled. Just now, he really was a bit irrational. Imperial Mother, don't worry. Some will be careful. That's for the best. You should know that since things have already happened, they must be resolved one by one. Especially at this time, the more you can't be chaotic, because if there's even the slightest mistake, it's possible that someone will take advantage of it. The current situation is becoming more and more unclear. One wrong step may lead to eternal damnation. There are some things that can only be won, not lost. If you lose your life. Your mood has been unstable recently. I hope that you can properly reflect on yourself and not follow in Li Hongyi's footsteps. If it really doesn't work, I will ask your father to temporarily suspend your work and go back to the mansion to be quiet for a while. Imperial Mother, you can't. Li Hongming met noble consort Su's eyes, which were a little disappointed. Li Hongming immediately realized that he had made the same mistake that his mother had just pointed out. Imperial Mother, please give me some more time. If I can't adjust, I will ask my father to dismiss me. It's best that you can think clearly. Well, your grandmother's legs are not nimble. Send her out of the palace for me and do more filial piety for me. As for other things, I will think of a way. I know. When Li Hongming turned to old lady Su, the negative emotions were no longer visible and could not be detected. It was unknown whether it was perfectly concealed or had disappeared. With a gentle smile, he said, "Grandmother, I will send you back now. Don't worry, I will take care of my cousin's affairs." Old Lady Su finally showed a little smile. "Thank you, Your Highness." As for what she had just heard, she was confused for a moment and then put it aside. "Grandmother, we are a family. As a cousin, I am duty-bound to take care of my cousin's affairs." Well, I am relieved with you here." After the two left, noble consort Su first breathed a sigh of relief and then frowned. If she couldn't get through the Su family, she could only go to the Shun family. This kind of thing, if not done well, would cause a big problem. Therefore, it was better not to ask for help from people whom she couldn't absolutely trust. And the only people she absolutely trusted were the Shun family and the Su family. However, she knew very well that the wife of the head of the Shun family, her cousin-in-law, actually didn't like her very much. It was only because her cousin, Shun Shuhan, did his best for her. She and Shun Shuhan actually had a hazy and ambiguous relationship, but she had completely cut it off later. However, she still kept Shun Shuhan hanging, making him unswervingly loyal to her so that she could better pave the way for her son. At a certain age, she was no longer as impulsive as before. Her feelings for her cousin had been completely restrained. However, many years of care had been engraved in her bones. Moreover, the binding of interests made the Shun family unable to betray her. Others didn't know this kind of thing, but as the person who shared the same bed, how could she not know? Therefore, it was normal that her cousin-in-law didn't like her. If there were other choices, she didn't want to face her cousin-in-law, especially when she needed her help. However, she had no choice now. She believed that if she asked, the other party would definitely give in. It was just a matter of face. When Li Hongming arrived at the Su family, the Su family was respectful to him. After all, they were counting on Li Hongming now. Li Hongming talked to the Su family warmly. His words were quite beautiful, which made the Su family feel very comfortable. Li Hongming did a good job of face, making the Su family more dedicated to him. It could be said that he also flattered the Su family. And all of this was just a matter of a few words. It could be seen that sometimes the effect of a glib tongue was quite big. Li Hongming went to see Su Mingzhong. Sure enough, his whole person was like a madman. He was completely unlike the mature and steady person he used to be. Li Hongming found it hard to imagine that a mature and rational man would actually become like this for a woman. He was now a little curious. What kind of outstanding beauty was this woman? If Li Hongming wanted to see someone, naturally no one could stop him. Even Su Mingzhang couldn't. The Su family might have some misgivings about Su Mingzhang. Li Hongming just waved his hand, and the guards directly went up and held him down. In the end, he was just a weak scholar. How could he be a match for the strong and well-trained guards? Soon, Li Hongming saw the person he wanted to see. However, he didn't achieve his goal because the woman's appearance couldn't be seen normally. Her whole face was crimson red, and the skin on many parts of her body was broken, including her neck and hands. Almost all the skin that was exposed was like this. Let alone being beautiful, this appearance was terrifying no matter how one looked at it. Why does she look like this? The servant girl trembled. Yes, it was Master who washed her. He washed her again and again. The water at the back was very hot. Li Hongming understood. Because he liked her so much, he couldn't bear to kill her. However, he also disliked her for being too dirty. With this kind of torment, this woman wouldn't live for long. Li Hongming had someone bring a chair and sat across from the woman. This prince sees that you're not saying anything. There's no expression. Does it not hurt? The woman still sat there woodenly. Her eyes didn't even move. Li Hongming didn't get angry. How about this? You tell me everything. This prince will give you a quick death. How about it? The woman's eyes finally moved. She really didn't look like someone who had any desire to live. But Su Mingzhang, who was being held down by the guards, had an even bigger reaction. His eyes were red, like an enraged beast. Li Hongming didn't care about his expression. Cousin, I know you're sober now. Don't play dumb with me. Think about it carefully. You've already wasted more than half of the Su family's money. You might cause the Su family to be in a difficult situation for a long time. You'll be ridiculed and humiliated by others. It's fine if you lose your dignity, but cousin also wants to throw away your reputation and life. A white-haired person sending off a black-haired person in the entire capital, cousin can be considered the model of a filial son. Is this how you fulfill your filial piety? Then, after you die, the Su family's reputation will be tarnished. The Su family's men won't have a future to speak of. The Su family's women won't have good in-laws. How much should they hate you? You're simply the center of the Su family. And all of this is because of this woman who doesn't even put you in her eyes. Are you sure it's worth it? Su Mingzhang gradually stopped struggling. His face was dejected, looking more like a stray dog. Li Hongming turned to the woman again. Have you thought it through? Are you going to say it or not? You have to know that when the time comes to torture you, I'm afraid you'll be worse off than dead. The woman first sneered, then laughed crazily. She even burst into tears. Many people felt goosebumps all over their bodies. Coupled with that honor, there was an inexplicable fear. Li Hongming wasn't in a hurry. He sat there leisurely and even had the mood to drink tea and eat something. He looked like he had a card up his sleeve. The laughter came to an abrupt end. What I know? Your Highness, do you think I was sent by someone else? I have to say, Your Highness, you're really thinking too much. I'm just a lowly person who wants revenge. She pointed to her face. When I was born, I looked like my mother. The more I grew, the more I looked like my mother. It's like I was carved from the same mold. But does Your Highness know what kind of life I've lived since I was a child? Because before my mother got married, she lost her virginity and had a child. Before her body was clean, she was abused. She couldn't die, but couldn't. But in this kind of situation, she was still able to give birth to me. And my birth was simply a plaything. Do you know what it's like to be abused at a young age and lose your virginity? Perhaps it's because I was too young and didn't know anything, so I didn't go crazy. Should I be lucky or unlucky? Do you know how much my mother hated? Do you know how much I hated? Everything my mother had was brought to her by the Su family, and I'm just an extension of my mother's misfortune. I slept with those hoodlums and asked them to help me kill that family. Then, I became the daughter of one of their elders and used my body to serve them well. Then, I had them sell me for money. I knew that my biggest enemy was in the capital. My mother told me in detail. Do you know how hard it was for me to get to the capital? But thinking about it, compared to before, those days were actually pretty good. But in the end, I was still a little small. Unless it was a good person with a special hobby, no one would like that kind of bean sprout. But my luck was so good. Those people actually had a secret medicine that could make people grow quickly. to have my current appearance at the age of 13. Isn't it very good?" As she spoke, she stuck out her chest. With a strange smile on her face, that scene, the Su family's expressions weren't very good, especially those who were involved in this matter. And the one with the biggest reaction was naturally Su Mingzhong. "Liar, the first night you were with me, you clearly bled. TSK, my mother was so miserable, but what you care the most is actually this. You're really the same as men. I didn't pay much attention to the bleeding, but I actually managed to fool you. With this body of mine, I've slept with many people, including that ugly and dirty beggar." She said all this now, knowing that it was to disgust people, but whether it was true or not, it still remained to be seen. "I originally thought that revenge would be quite difficult, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. Just casually set up a trap, and you're even more impulsive than that teenage girl. However, the Su family is the family of a prince with power and influence. Wanting to kill you and make you accompany my mother, I'm afraid it's not very possible." The woman twirled her hair in circles. "That's all. Next, it's up to Prince's ability. I don't know if Prince can completely clean up this matter. If you can't, dragging Prince down with me, I've made a big profit." Li Hongming nodded calmly and ordered the woman to be taken away. Chapter 387. Li Hongming waved his hand, indicating for the people holding Su Mingzhong to release him. "Cousin, what else do you want to say?" Su Mingzhong crouched on the ground with his head in his hands, whimpering. He originally wanted to clean up that prostitute. The whole process couldn't have been warm and affectionate. It was simply like a small battlefield. That woman was wearing clean clothes, but his clothes were almost half wet, and his hair was messy. Now he was in an unusual sorry state, and crying so miserably, he looked even more pitiful. However, Li Hongming looked on coldly. The Su family wanted to go forward, but Su Mingzhong roared at them. "Scram! If she wasn't dead, you would have told me she was dead. If it wasn't for you." Su Mingzhong was full of hatred, but he knew that these family members closest to him were doing this for him. Rather than saying that he hated them, it was better to say that he hated himself. "Cousin, if you're done venting, then quickly go and clean up. There are still important matters to deal with." Or, does cousin really want to die? Did Su Mingzhong want to die? Of course not. Although his life could be said to be smooth sailing, it wasn't that he hadn't experienced any twists and turns. Just because of a face, his deepest feelings were evoked, as if he had returned to the beautiful past. However, in reality, it wasn't beautiful. However, if I knew she wasn't dead, I would have gone to find her. Even if I couldn't keep her by my side, I could have found a good home for her. No matter what, it wouldn't be like today's situation. In the end, his conscience hadn't been completely extinguished. Li Hongming smiled indifferently. That's just one side of the story. Who knows if it's true or not? The current situation is known to all. It's normal to set traps for each other. If there are too many coincidences, then it won't be a coincidence anymore. Su Mingzhong struggled. "Your Highness is right. It's good that cousin is awake. Now we have to properly dispose of the body. We can't leave any traces. Also, those people in that building, are you 100% sure that they know that this matter has been controlled? After all, he was stained with human life, and he wasn't just any servant. He was born with a good background, and his father was an official. If news of this were to leak out, the consequences would be quite serious. Even if he didn't pay with his life, he would at least be exiled for 3,000 miles. At this moment, Su Mingzhong's reason came back. He also knew that he had done a rather stupid thing. Fortunately, the servant following him was shrewd and capable. However, there were still some things that needed further confirmation. Then, he would need to create another murder case. As for this murderer, he would need to check if the deceased had any grudges with anyone. If there was, that would be the best. If there wasn't, it would be slightly more troublesome. However, it was not impossible. Su Mingzhong went to freshen up and change back to his human appearance. It was not easy for Li Hongming to find a way to verify the truth of the prostitute's words. After all, the woman was originally in the capital. It would take a lot of time to find out the truth. However, Even if it was difficult, he had to do it. Otherwise, if there was really a problem, the trouble might not be aware of it. Su Mingzhang himself was responsible for disposing of the corpse. He also made the people who knew about it shut up. Who could keep a secret the best? Naturally, it was the dead. Compared with his own life and future, other insignificant people were nothing. Therefore, when Su Mingzhang was ruthless, he was also a cold-blooded master. And the Su family didn't think there was any problem. Therefore, Su Mingzhang used several people's lives to pay for his past mistakes. As for himself, he only lost a little money. The money seemed to be a lot, but it was not a matter of time. For a family like him, it was not difficult to make up for it. This matter was very secretive. Until the next day, there was no news of it. Until someone found the corpse outside the city. But looking at the scene, in the end, it was likely that it would be left unsettled. As for the brothel, it wasn't very famous in the capital. It was just that there was one less girl inside. It wasn't a top courtesan, so who would care about it? As long as the brothel owner said that she had turned over a new leaf, it would be over. As for the brothel owner's accident, it would just make people sigh. No one would care about what happened in the dark. Even if they wanted to care, there would be specialized personnel. Li Hongming's current state of mind was a bit more peaceful. Therefore, he still acted as if nothing had happened and reported to Jin Wangfu every day. At the same time, the last banknote that Imperial concubine Su lacked was given to him. As for whether or not Imperial concubine Su was bullied in the process of getting the money, Li Hongming did not think about this problem. After all, he didn't know about the disputes of the past. In his mind, his mother was the high and mighty Imperial concubine Su. After another 3 to 4 days, Li Hongming came again. But this time, he met He Xiaobao Wang. He Xiaobao Wang recovered quickly. With the addition of the medicine, he was almost fully recovered. Now, he couldn't sit still. Because he received the imperial edict, he didn't need to stop Li Hongyuan's carriage again and again. He directly came to visit. Who was Li Hongming? Sorry, he didn't know him at all. Who told Li Hongming not to wear the imperial robes of a prince and to use a carriage that was so low-key? Moreover, he stood honestly outside the gate. People who didn't know him wouldn't be able to guess his identity. He should have seen Prince Rue in the competition in the Imperial Palace. Then, He Xiaobao Wang only had eyes for Jin Wangfu. Even if Emperor Lu Cheng changed his clothes, he still wouldn't know that he was the emperor. As for Prince Rue, he came to visit almost every day. As someone who had no interest in gossip, he expressed that he didn't know a single word. Therefore, Prince Rue, who was completely ignored, was really sorry. He Xiaobao Wang waited outside the gate. His entire person was very excited. When the imperial bodyguard passed the message inside, Mu Gonggong came out to greet him. Then, he saw Li Hongming, who became gloomy because he was ignored and seemed to realize that there was such a person outside. He hurriedly trotted over to pay his respects. I didn't know that Wang Ye had graced me with your presence. Wang Ye, please forgive me. Li Hongming forced a smile. It's not too late to know now. Ben Wang also just arrived. He didn't believe that this damn cheap slave really didn't know that he was here. For the sake of face, he also glossed over it. What is your master doing right now? Ben Wang wants to have a drink with him today. Mu Gonggong revealed an awkward smile. Wang Ye, about that, you know our Wang Ye. How about this servant go and inform you first? Although he knew that Mu and didn't come out for him when he heard him speak just now, Li Hongming was still furious. Even if it was because of noble consort Su's reminder, he tried his best to suppress himself. Now, a cheap slave dared to treat him like this. How could he swallow this? You didn't come to welcome Ben Wang? Then you have something to do? What was He Xiaobao Wang's sea of consciousness? He dared to ignore him. If it wasn't for his old man, he would definitely teach him a lesson. That's not it. Young master he came to visit. Master asked me to lead him in. Mu Gonggong didn't hide anything and was very sincere. Li Hongming had always been trampled on in front of Li Hongyuan and couldn't raise his head. However, it didn't mean that he had to endure it in front of a cheap slave. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to survive. He didn't need to think about any great undertaking and could just go home. I didn't know that Ben Wang had such a low status now. He didn't think that Prince Rue would do anything to him. As the saying goes, one should consider the master's face before beating a dog. Right now, Prince Rouet was begging his master. If he dared to do anything to him, wouldn't that give his master a reason to continue to flare up? Moreover, even if he really did make a move, he would at most kick him a few times to vent his anger. At that time, he would have to find an excuse to gloss over it in front of his master. He was just a lowly person. It was worth it for a dignified prince to painstakingly find an excuse for him. What's more, Mu Gonggong knew that although these princes were jumping around fiercely now, they were not his master's opponents at all. In Mu Gonggong's eyes, they were not his master's opponents. After all, they didn't know anything about his master, but his master knew everything about them. He could play them around openly and secretly, making them more chaotic and attacking each other. That was too much fun. Although he was a lowly person, when his master ascended the throne in the future, as long as he didn't make any mistakes, he could be a general steward. As the loser of the competition for the throne, it was good enough that he was still alive. He had to be respectful in front of Mu Gonggong. What are you talking about, Your Highness? If you have no status, then there are few people with status in the whole world. It's just that we didn't know you were here just now. Moreover, you know our prince's temper very well. He said before, so the servants didn't dare to. Li Hongming tried hard to suppress his anger. His patience was almost broken. This was the last time. Even if he knew that if he completely opposed Li Hongyuan, the trouble would multiply and he would be pressured by his father and mother, he could only endure it. Could he endure it forever? Would he settle the score in the future? Even if he knew that he had a great chance, he was not 100% sure. If he didn't take revenge today, he might not be able to in the future. He felt that he should learn from Li Hongyuan. Li Hongming's thoughts were in turmoil, and he didn't speak for a long time. On the side, little tyrant, he was already impatient. Originally, he still had some misgivings about Li Hongming's identity, but he was originally the tyrant type, and his patience was extremely poor. In any case, his old man didn't tell him about the people that he couldn't provoke. Moreover, he didn't do anything. Now that he saw them chattering, it was delaying his time. You can continue talking, I'll go in first. He directly rushed into the gate of Jin Wangfu. Therefore, as expected, when Mu Gonggong saw the noble Prince Rui's face darken a layer, he gloated a little in his heart and secretly thought that he Jia's little Gongzi did well. As for whether he Jia's little Gongzi would be troubled by Prince Rui, because of this, it had nothing to do with him. Would your highness please wait for a moment? This servant will go and report to master. Then he also slipped away. When Mu Gonggong entered the gate, he didn't see Jihai. This boy ran really fast. However, he reckoned that the other party had someone lead the way to the martial arts arena. Master wasn't at the martial arts arena. Originally, he wanted to give him the cold shoulder, but in order to make Prince Rui lose face, he benefited He Jihai. As expected, He Jihai went straight to the martial arts arena. From his point of view, since Jin Wangye let him in, it meant that he had accepted the challenge. Then there was nothing to say. As a result, he stood in the empty martial arts arena with a bleak face. The person who let him in had already left. Other than him, there was not even a shadow of a ghost. Was there really no one in the Wangfu? Of course not. There was, and there was more than one. It was just that as shadow guards, they were good at hiding and their positions were relatively far away. Originally, He Jihai's 5 senses were very strong, but because he didn't see the person he wanted to see, his mood became a little irritable. Because he didn't discover it, if he could calm down, he would never make such a low-level mistake. Therefore, He Jihai needed to adjust. There were indeed many things to teach. When Mu Gonggong returned to report, he stood obediently with his head down and eyes down. In his line of sight, there was only a square inch of land under his feet. Only because Jingwan was now half leaning on the couch, softly reading a book. Li Hongyuan was lying on her lap with his eyes closed, enjoying as much as he wanted. If outsiders knew about this, who knows how many people would want to beat him to death. Li Hongyuan didn't give any instructions, so Mu Gonggong just stood there with his mind empty. After Jingwan finished reading a paragraph, she closed the book. Her hand fell on Li Hongyuan's face and gently rubbed it with her fingertips, Let's settle the matter today. It's really annoying to visit all day long. However, Prince Rue's endurance is really impressive. As a powerful prince, he was humiliated by his powerless brother again and again, but he could bear it without changing his face. It was really amazing. However, because of so many worries, he didn't even dare to be casual. Therefore, he probably had no chance to take revenge in the future. What was the point of living so sullenly? Sure enough, her husband was like this. Only when he took revenge and vented his anger at the same time could he be happy enough. But thinking about it, Li Hongyuan's carefree nature and ability to do whatever he wanted was due to the fact that he had enough trump cards in his hands and had the advantage. And this advantage was completely created by himself. Therefore, everything still depended on oneself. Even if other people had the same conditions, it would still be difficult to replicate. Jingwan lowered her head and looked at Li Hongyuan with a soft smile. This man was really blessed by God and was favored by God. It was just that he was not close to them. But it didn't matter. He had her. They would be the closest lovers and the closest relatives. They would have children in the future, and there would be a third generation, a fourth generation, and a house full of children and grandchildren. The lack of relatives before could be made up. Li Hongyuan opened his eyes and looked at Jingwan. They only had eyes for each other, as if they would be like this forever. Although they had long been used to the way they got along with each other, the servants around them still blushed occasionally and felt that they were blind. Jingwan couldn't help leaning over and kissing the tip of his nose. Let's solve the problem as soon as possible. Li Hongyuan slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Wan has given me the reward. It's my duty to solve the problem. Jingwan tapped the tip of his nose. You're so talkative. Li Hongyuan got up. I'm not talkative. I'm just telling the truth. Yes. Then go quickly. Jingwan pushed him. As you wish, my wife. He cuddled with Jingwan for a while before standing up and changing his clothes. Muin, take Li Hongming to the martial arts practice field. Eunuch Mu took the order and quickly left. Although he was a eunuch, he still couldn't stand the atmosphere between the two masters. In the past, the princess would restrain herself. Even if they were close, she would still be scrupulous about their existence. But when did she no longer care about them? Thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be after she learned that the master had never touched other women. Yes, it was true. It was no wonder that the master didn't take other women before. He had set his eyes on them early on. Sure enough, he knew their nature very well. However, the master first set his eyes on the princess when the princess was 8 years old. There was no need to investigate this kind of unsolvable problem. He Jihai was irritable and irritable. He looked like he was about to go berserk. Once he went berserk, he might run amok in the Wangfu. Then, he finally saw the late Jin Qinhuang. The negative emotions disappeared without a trace. His eyes lit up like a puppy that saw a meat bone. He couldn't wait to pounce on it. Don't talk about the people who came with Li Hongyuan and the people who were hiding in the dark earlier. Even Li Hongyuan himself was a bit speechless. The Heisher he met before was really too different. If he hadn't checked before and knew what kind of nature He Jihai had now, he would have a basic idea. He was afraid that when he saw He Jihai for the first time, he wouldn't have been able to accept it so easily. When facing other people, He Jihai might forget what he shouldn't forget. But when facing Li Hongyuan, his old man told him that he must greet him before making a move. At this moment, he still remembered. This commoner greets the Wangya. But that gaze was also Li Hongyuan. If it was someone else, they might have fled. But, other than Li Hongyuan, it would be difficult for other people to enjoy this kind of treatment. It couldn't be said that it didn't exist, but might be difficult to encounter. After greeting, He Jihai waited solemnly, ready to fight at any time. Don't be anxious. Li Hongyuan waved his hand and let people remove all the weapons on the field. He couldn't disobey his wife's orders. When they went out, Wan said that if there were injuries on the body, if there were wounds, they were not allowed to enter the room for a month. If there were bruises, they were not allowed to enter the room for 10 days. If there were more serious internal injuries, then it would be 3 months. Even if she couldn't sleep all night, this time she wouldn't give in. As for making a move, it might be difficult to control the injuries. Jingwan expressed that she didn't care. It was best not to fight. This threat, for Li Hanyuan, could be said to be serious. Besides, he might be itchy to fight because he hadn't been active for a long time when he saw a strong enough opponent. But once was enough. He would never be like He Jihai. Moreover, he didn't rely on his body to fight, but on his brain to fight. His battle strength didn't necessarily decrease. Li Hanyuan believed that the latter should be stronger. It was not that he became stronger, but that he restricted the opponent. He Jihai was a person who purely relied on his body to fight. Therefore, when he was excited, he often went crazy. This must be reversed. He Jihai saw that the weapons were taken away, a little unhappy. But thinking that he was quite satisfied with fighting barehanded last time, he abandoned this unhappiness. Li Hanyuan didn't say anything. He was ready to give He Jihai a good beating today. Sure enough, after making a move, He Jihai felt completely different from the last time. That feeling was that he was restrained everywhere. He had endless power, but he couldn't use it at all. How could he be so aggrieved? And because of this, last time he could give Li Hanyuan a taste of his own medicine. This time, it was really a one-sided beating. He Jihai wanted to jump out of the battle and control the rhythm by himself, but he couldn't do it at all. From the beginning to the end, he was controlled by Li Hanyuan. Wang Ye, can't you fight like last time? He Jihai, who usually didn't talk nonsense when fighting, couldn't help but open his mouth now. His face was expressionless. In just a short while, a punch landed unceremoniously on He Jihai's chest. He Jihai's body retreated, but Li Hanyuan did not follow. Thus, the battle began, and He Jihai got what he wanted. He Jihai rubbed his chest and frowned at Li Hanyuan. He had never encountered such a situation before, so he was very unhappy. Li Hanyuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking coldly at He Jihai. Your real enemy. Will he fight according to your rhythm? He obviously can absolutely restrain you, but he doesn't use it? Do you think someone will be so stupid? If you want to fight, then continue. If you don't want to fight, then you can get lost from this Wang Fu. Fight, why shouldn't I fight? He Jihai rushed up. He didn't believe that he couldn't break this damned situation. He Jihai was angry, but what was different from last time was that last time, it was a fire ignited by boiling blood. Now, it was anger that came from being sullen. Although it could be considered an outburst, unfortunately, it was still not enough. And the more impatient he was, the more flaws there were, and the more times He Jihai was beaten. After Li Hongming came in, he quietly watched. He didn't understand, but he could see the current situation. He said in surprise, "Sixth brother has improved so much in such a short time." His mouth said this, but his heart was completely different, and he was not far away. Hearing this, he turned his head and seemed to have just noticed that there was one more person. Greetings, Wang Ye. It's not that Master has become stronger, but that he found a way to restrain young Master He. Li Hongming showed a look of understanding, so that's how it is. But the last time we fought, Sixth brother was able to find a way. It shows that Sixth brother is really strong. Although these words had a deeper meaning, and Yi still nodded as a matter of course. Master's strength was beyond doubt. This fight wasn't short, but because He Jihai was too strong, he didn't stop until He Jihai was completely beaten down and couldn't move for a while. Although Li Hanyuan wasn't injured, his physical strength wasn't small. For the first time, he felt that beating people was very tiring. Li Hongming clapped 3 times on the side and smiled. Sixth brother is really strong. Li Hanyuan glanced at him and slightly shook his wrist, but didn't say a word. Li Hongming stepped forward. Sixth brother, are you still angry with this older brother? Did you bring the money? Li Hanyuan didn't want to talk nonsense with him. Li Hongming's face stiffened. In front of this bastard, even the best cultivation was useless. Even a saint would get angry. However, since he took the initiative to speak, then he gave the money, and this matter was over. This was probably his only good point. Therefore, Li Hongming exhaled and endured. Li Hongming let the servant bring the box. During this time, he secretly glanced at He Jihai, who was still lying on the ground. Li Hanyuan didn't take it. Eunuch Mu consciously stepped forward and took it. See the guest out. Li Hanyuan turned and returned to the main courtyard. That attitude really made people want to beat him. However, it was obvious that all the brothers together might not be able to beat him. The matter had been resolved. Li Hongming was also eager to leave this damn place as soon as possible. He flicked his sleeves and left, and he walked to He Jihai's side and squatted down. He Gongzi, can you get up? He Jihai didn't want to move. However, it wasn't because he couldn't get up, but because today's blow was too big and he was too sullen. And he called for another person. The two of them worked together and lifted He Jihai up. They directly sent him out of the Fu, following behind Li Hongming. Although Li Hongming achieved his goal, when he thought about how he spent so much effort and lost face, Li Hongyuan finally sent him off with 2 sentences. The more he thought about it, the more indignant he became. However, no matter how indignant he was, he still couldn't do anything to him. He unconsciously walked faster and faster. When he got on the carriage, he discovered that He Jihai had also been thrown out. Thinking about it, what kind of person was Li Hongyuan? Since he was fine, there was no doubt that he would throw him away after using him. After recovering, He Jihai was able to stand steadily. However, his face was injured today. His appearance was truly spectacular. Li Hongming narrowed his eyes and pondered, He Gongzi. He Jihai's eyes were lifeless as he walked past the carriage. It was as if he didn't see or hear anything. This time, he was ignored twice by a nobody, and it was when he took the initiative to open his mouth. All kinds of negative emotions surged up, and he even had the heart to kill someone. In fact, He Jihai was very innocent. He didn't hear anything at all. It could be said that he didn't have any awareness of his surroundings. In his mind, there was only Jin Qin Wang. It could be said that this word occupied a small half of his consciousness, and the remaining half was Li Hongyuan's figure. Of course, he was recalling Li Hongyuan's movements over and over again, how he was restrained and how he could break free. However, after 3 or 10 times, the result was the same. It was as if he was at a loss. This had thoroughly angered Li Hongming. In the future, if he was schemed against by Li Hongming, it could be said that he still couldn't make head or tail of it. He unconsciously returned home. When the servants saw him in this state, it wasn't that they weren't surprised. However, the little Gongzi seemed to have gone to find Jin Qin Wang. Was he beaten to this state? TSK. Last time he was so miserable. Although there was no blood this time, it seemed to be even more miserable. However, why was there something wrong with his expression? Last time, he was howling like a pig being slaughtered and his spirit was still very excited. Today, what was going on? Stepping forward to greet him, He Jihai didn't respond. However, after his Gongzi met Jin Qin Wang, it wasn't the first time that his mood changed. Therefore, he wasn't as flustered as the first time. He Jinwei was idle these few days. After all, he was the general guarding the border. Returning to the capital naturally had nothing to do with him. Knowing that his son had returned, it was just that there was something wrong again. He Jihai naturally had to go take a look. He Jihai didn't go anywhere else. He just stayed in the martial arts arena. He was demonstrating something, but his fists weren't complete. At most, he would stop after 3 to 5 movements. Sometimes he would just raise his hand or kick and then stop again. He Jinwei stood at the side and watched. After about a quarter of an hour, He Jihai stopped dejectedly. What's wrong? Did you encounter something that you can't figure out? He Jinwei looked at that green and purple face. Although it was still a distance away from a pig's head, when He Jinwei saw it, he didn't feel distressed. Instead, he felt quite happy. Dad, although he lost, He Jihai didn't feel ashamed. He originally couldn't beat Jin Qin Wang. Before, he was sullen, but now he was even more disheartened. He Jinwei's eyes narrowed. This kid never knew what it meant to admit defeat. He belonged to the type that kept on fighting despite repeated defeats, not a waste that kept on losing. What happened? Tell father. Although I can't beat you, this brat, in other aspects, you're too far behind. Regarding this point, He Jihai actually agreed very much. Therefore, he talked about today's matter. He Jinwei was amazed. Last time, when his family's evil spawn fought with Jin Qin Wang, in his view, Jin Qin Wang's bones might have the same madness as his son. However, today his style completely changed. Regarding He Zhihai's situation, no one was clearer than the He family. It wasn't that they didn't think of using Li Hongyuan's method to restrain him, but the gap was a bit big. As the saying goes, one strong person can defeat 10 skilled people. Therefore, this method was simply useless. Unexpectedly, Jin Xinhuang did it. Thinking about those words that Jin Xinhuang said, He Jinwei was a stupid son who only knew how to fight and kill. He always felt that Jin Xinhuang might. What else did Jin Xinhuang say to you? He Jinwei asked without leaving a trace. What else did he say? He Zhihai scratched his head. He seemed to have said something at the end. What was it again? It seems to be quite important. Let me think about it. Oh, I remember, Jin Xinhuang said, let General He return to the northeast border city as soon as possible. When He Zhihai finished speaking, he then realized in hindsight that this wasn't quite important. It was clearly very important. He only put all his thoughts into martial arts, but it didn't mean that he was stupid. He immediately put away that dejected look and became somewhat serious. Dad, you evil spawn. Laozi didn't say anything more. Did you just throw such an important thing to the back of your mind? He Jinwei once again wanted to slap him to death. If there wasn't any special situation, Jin Xinhuang wouldn't say such words for no reason. At this time, He Zhihai also didn't have the confidence to refute his old man, who knew that Jin Xinhuang would say such words at that time. It's already good that I can remember now. If it was any other time, it would be strange if I could remember. You still have reason? If it was really the first time they fought, he easily discovered this boy's weakness. The second time they fought, he was able to successfully restrain him and let this evil spawn maintain a corresponding sobriety. Coupled with this last sentence, He Jinwei had to completely reevaluate Jin Xinhuang. Dad, wasn't I born this way? I can't change it, Can't change it? Didn't Jin Xinhuang help you change it today? He Zhihai choked and was speechless. He Jinwei sneered, What, you've been hit? Now that you know you're not Jin Xinhuang's opponent, you won't come knocking in the future? This is the best. In the future, stay obediently for Laozi and don't cause trouble. Who said I won't go? I will definitely find a way to crack it. He Zhihai straightened his neck and said, Just you? He Jinwei looked at him with disdain from head to toe. Just me. He Zhihai's fighting spirit was once again ignited. This isn't something you can just talk about. He Jinwei turned his head, but his face was unprecedentedly solemn. He Jinwei went to find his mother and wife. They were the best candidates for him to discuss countermeasures. After all, when they were in Border City, they were involved in many things. The generals under their command were also very convinced. Looking at his face, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law knew that it was not a small matter. So they both became serious. He Jinwei didn't hide it and told them in detail, including his own guess. Now that we suddenly revealed it, there are two reasons. Now that he's suddenly revealed it to us, there are only two situations. First, he is purely concerned about the safety of Qiyuan's country. He has his own channels and knows that the northeast border is not good. Second, he wants to rope us in for his use. After all, at least on the surface, Jin Xinhuang has no power or influence, but he is His Majesty's most beloved son. Under normal circumstances, even if he can't take the lead, he can still contend with Prince Kong, Prince Rue, and the others. Therefore, there must be a reason why he can't be open and above board. Perhaps he needs to make preparations for seizing power by force. As for letting me return to the border city, it should be mixed with the first point. I didn't expect that there is still one hidden. The water in the capital is muddier than expected. Old Madam, he sighed. Then, what should we do now? Our He family has never been involved in these things. How about you, Zhihai? Don't go there in the future. No, if Jin Xinhuang really wants to do it, saving Zhihai is equivalent to saving Zhihai. Teaching the Sea of Consciousness is equivalent to saving the life of the Sea of Consciousness. We can't ruin the chance of the Sea of Consciousness just because of some of our guesses. If we can get in touch with Jin Xinhuang, it would be good to know his purpose. Although they weren't brainless people, but when it came to scheming, they were still far behind the literati. I'm afraid it's impossible. Jin Xinhuang is secretly managing his power, and no one is aware of it. It shows that he is meticulous. He won't easily get in touch with the generals. Zhihai is also a brainless person. He only got the emperor's permission to get in touch with him. At this point, the three of them were shocked. If all of this was really planned by Jin Qinhuang, his thoughts are very deep. He has been eyeing our He family for a long time. For this kind of person, we are really powerless. If we really want to rope them in, we don't even need them to nod, and we can achieve our goal. So, for this kind of person, we can't do anything. We can only wait and see. When the time comes, we can deal with his moves, or we can be led by the nose. Is there any other way? Tomorrow, there will be a banquet. The various Wang Fu have also sent invitations. Jin Qinhuang Fu might have something to say. Because they were completely passive, they couldn't do anything and didn't come up with any results. The next day, the He family banquet. The various Wang Fu didn't come, but sent gifts. Because of all kinds of guesses, they were especially concerned about the things sent by Jin Qinhuang Fu. It looked ordinary and was similar to the other Wang Fu. But, after careful consideration, they found a clue. There was only one meaning: return quickly. Of course, this was based on the words He Zhihai brought back yesterday. Otherwise, they wouldn't have thought of this. It seems that something is really going to happen. Tomorrow, I will ask for an imperial edict to return to the northeast border city. I won't bring that evil creature with me. I will bring Old Fourth with me. He Jianwei decided. I will go with you. Foreign he didn't even think, and immediately said, since I brought you all back this time, I naturally don't want to let you go back. Especially now, knowing that something big might happen in the border city. How can I let you go back? So, Foreign, you have to listen to me this time. He Jianwei was rarely unyielding in front of his wife. You are worried about us. We are also worried about you. He Jianwei smiled. Since 50 years ago, the northeast border city is the destiny of the He family's men. But this time, since we got the news in advance, we won't be caught off guard. Jin Qinhuang may have more important news. But now it's not convenient. When we leave Jing City, he may contact me. So, no matter how big the matter is, the northeast border city will be safe. So listen to me. Foreign he closed her eyes and didn't say anything. A line of tears rolled down from the corner of her eyes. She hurriedly wiped it away. When she opened her eyes again, she was full of determination. Fujian, don't worry. I will protect our home well and wait for the day when we meet again. If it's not possible, I will arrange everything and go to find you. He Jianwei forced a smile and held her hand. Okay. Old Foreign, he was silent again. Then she closed her eyes and took off the prayer beads on her wrist. She quickly moved them one by one. The next day, He Jianwei indeed presented a memorial. His words were sincere. It was all for the sake of Qi Yuan. He requested to return to the border city. https:///11/11807/6654154. HTML. Chapter 388. With the permission, He Foreign quickly prepared the luggage for He Jianwei. People like them naturally wouldn't have a lot of things. When other people went out, they might need a day or half a day or even longer to prepare, but He Jianwei used less than a quarter of an hour to prepare. He Foreign also followed her habit, but when she finished packing, she looked at the small bundle in her hand and couldn't help but stare blankly. When they first got married, they were at the northeast border town and resisted the enemy together. They had never been separated, but now they were going to be separated. Speaking of this, He Foreign was only from a small family. Most of the He family's daughters-in-law were like this. Only the current Old Foreign was from a famous family. However, in the capital, it was basically impossible to find her maternal family. Even if there was, it was not obvious. Moreover, they were all out of the 5 generations. They didn't even know that there was such an old lady in the family. Old Foreign never contacted them. The reason might not be pursued. If they insisted on pursuing it, it would probably be another grudge. He Jianwei stepped forward and held He Foreign's hand. Don't be anxious. The Emperor gave us 10 days' time. We should leave after a few days. If we appear to be too anxious, it will make people suspicious. He pulled her to the side and sat down together. This time, we didn't get any news. The court also didn't get any news. Don't know how Jin Qin Wang found out? No matter how Jin Qin Wang found out, as long as this time's matter is true, then it can be considered that our He family owes him. He Jinwei nodded. Regarding this statement, he didn't deny it. Perhaps because they were about to leave, the husband and wife didn't busy themselves with other things. They just sat together and quietly talked. About half a day later, a reward came from the palace. Although this was not the first time the He family had received a reward after returning to the capital, the reward this time was different. Lu Qingdi had people send 10 clairvoyants. In addition, it was stated in the imperial edict that there was also a batch of improved crossbows that would be sent to the border city in the northeast. After Lu Qingdi's eunuch handed the imperial edict to He Jinwei, he smiled and said, "General, he is really lucky. You should know that there are only a few clairvoyants and repeating crossbows, even in the capital. The prefectural mansions and the border troops haven't been equipped with them yet." Although He Jinwei hadn't seen the continuous crossbow, the clairvoyance was right in front of him. After learning of its use, He Jinwei was overjoyed. This thing could definitely be considered a powerful weapon on the battlefield. One had to know that sometimes, as long as one had a bit of foresight, one could win on the battlefield. After politely sending the attendant away, he played with the clairvoyance in his hands. He loved it so much that he couldn't put it down. Good stuff, it's really good stuff. I wonder who has such an ingenious mind. The other members of the He clan were also amazed, and He Hai once again displayed his tyrannical nature, making a move to snatch it, preparing to take one for himself. But this time, he wasn't allowed to succeed. The whole family acted together to suppress him. Other things were fine, but if it was given to him, then it was given to him. This was precisely the time when the border troops needed it, so it was hard for him to be willful and unbridled. Speaking of which, this time, He Hai didn't care if he didn't return to the northeast border city with them. Of course, if he didn't meet an opponent like Li Hongyuan, he reckoned that he wouldn't be able to stay any longer and would be clamoring to return to the border city. Because he didn't know that a big war could happen, his entire person appeared to be a little heartless. As his parents and his grandmother, they could only shake their heads. As a son of a military family, if he could be like this for a lifetime, it could be considered a blessing. Unfortunately, it was impossible at that time. However, there were still people in the He clan supporting them now, so they indulged He Hai a little. After a few more years, he could no longer continue to be so naive. He didn't get anything and was depressed. However, he also knew the importance of this thing. It was useless for him to hold it in his hands right now, so he didn't act foolishly. However, his heart wasn't at ease, so he went to find Jin Qin Wang to fight. Or it could be said that it was a one-sided abuse. Without the opportunity to be a stepping stone, He Hai naturally wouldn't enter so easily this time. After waiting for a long time, he would become irritable. But there was no other way. As long as he wanted to achieve his goal, he had to obediently wait. Trespassing into the Qinhuang residence was a serious crime. He didn't want his old man to be punished when he was about to leave the capital. Even if he couldn't bear it, he had to endure. This was probably considered a part of Li Hongyuan's tempering of He Hai's consciousness. Li Hongyuan was also painstakingly. Of course, he only said one sentence. The one who was forced to suffer was still He Hai's consciousness. After the extreme irritation, He Hai could be considered to have some patience. However, after seeing Li Hongyuan, he still had a little bit of emotion. However, after being given the cold shoulder by Li Hongyuan for half a sick hen, he had already lost his temper. After that, when they exchanged blows, he was once again hung up and beaten miserably. It looked as if he had nothing left to live for. How about next time he didn't come? If you're always like this and don't know how to be flexible, then you don't have to come next time. With an opponent like you, this prince also feels strange and boring. He Hai was someone who couldn't withstand provocation. Hearing that the old member was an eyesore, he immediately jumped up. He didn't think that he would be carried out like last time. Before leaving, Li Hongyuan also had someone give him a prescription. It was the prescription that made people hover between life and death and pain. Speaking of which, Gongzhou also thought about improving this prescription. If he could reduce the pain without changing the effect of the medicine, not to mention making it feel the same as ordinary medicine, as long as it could be reduced to a range that most people could bear, then it would definitely be a miracle medicine. He first subconsciously retreated. What? Giving a medicine wasn't enough. He still wanted him to suffer more torture? Li Hanyuan didn't even bother to look at him. Every profession has its own specialization. As a military doctor, what I've studied the most is medicine. Bring it back for your military doctor to take a look. If it can be improved, it can be considered a blessing for all soldiers. He exhaled. So it was like this. In the end, he wasn't someone who couldn't differentiate good from bad. He sternly said, no matter if it succeeds or not, this commoner will thank Wang Yao on behalf of the soldiers. You want to represent all the soldiers? Wait until the day you have the qualifications to sit on your father's position. Then say those words. Scram. Even with Ehai's thick skin, at this moment, it was rare for him to turn red. This commoner will retire. Ehai returned home and handed the things over to his old man. He Jinwei took the prescription, and some of his guesses seemed to become clearer. Of course, he asked about the whole process of Ehai's fight with Li Hanyuan today. From the start of his visit to the end of his departure, he asked very detailed questions. These things, in Ehai's view, there was nothing that couldn't be said to others. Whatever his old man asked, he would answer. Jin Xinhuang probably did want to rope in the He family, but he didn't take a fancy to him. Instead, he took a fancy to his son. He carefully trained and cultivated him, just to make this stupid son loyal to him. After all, according to this stupid son's current situation, although he was angry and vexed, but in reality, he still had a reverence that he himself didn't realize. According to this mentality, the possibility of him not being loyal to Jin Xinhuang in the future was too small. Jin Xinhuang really had a good plan. No, even if he wanted to cultivate this stupid son, it would take at least 3 to 5 years. Not to mention his current situation, even if he didn't have any problems, as long as he was still here, his elder brother was still here, it wouldn't be his turn to be in charge of the entire Northeast Army. The current situation was also divided into 2 types. First, Jin Xinhuang was cultivating the future general, his general, and also Qi Yuan's general. This meant that he was very confident in seizing the throne. Second, Jin Xinhuang would plot against all the men in the He family except for this stupid son. As long as they were no longer here, the Northeast Army would push this stupid son to the throne. Even if there were different voices, Jin Xinhuang would probably help to calm him down. He Jinwei's expression was slightly heavy. If it was the second case, then there was no doubt that this return to the northeast border city was a trap set by Jin Xinhuang. However, his heart was still inclined to the first assumption. This stupid son of his was usually disobedient, but he was very affectionate and righteous. His feelings for his family were also very deep. If Jin Xinhuang really plotted against them, after this boy knew the truth, he would definitely bite back. If Jin Xinhuang really had such an idea, it was impossible for him to reveal clues now and let them be on guard. So, it really should be the first case? Thinking of this, He Jinwei's expression eased a little. Dad, your attention to Jin Xinhuang seems a bit unusual. What's the matter? What can it be? Isn't it because I'm worried that you, this evil creature, caused trouble and you don't know it? Lousy worries about you all day for whom? He Jinwei still decided not to remind this stupid son. He was originally someone who couldn't hide things. If Jin Xinhuang found out, he didn't know what would happen. However, he still had to tell his mother and wife to pay attention. After all, guesses were just guesses. It was useless to think too much. Perhaps, when he returned to the northeast border city this time, he would be able to make things clear. How did I cause trouble? During this time, I obviously couldn't be more obedient. When he caused trouble, forget it. It wasn't that he didn't admit it. When he didn't cause trouble, he was also determined not to wear this big hat. Humph, I just don't know how long you, this evil creature, can be obedient. He Jinhai was impatient to listen to his old man's lecture and quickly left. Jin Xinhuang said that he wouldn't be flexible, so he would be flexible to let him see. Next time, he must beat him back. Even if he couldn't completely reverse the situation, he could still beat him up. Leaving He Jinwei behind, he could only sigh deeply. His eldest son was already very outstanding. Martial arts and the ability to lead troops were not a problem. But how could he combine it with this stupid son? Then he would be able to wake up laughing in his sleep. He could even clap his hands and resign now to live out the rest of his life. The situation was urgent, but they couldn't show it. This time could only be made up on the road. Thus, they had to prepare a good horse for each person. However, this time, half of the people brought back had different degrees of injuries on their bodies. Although it was not obvious on the surface, in fact, they were not suitable to go to the battlefield. They were brought back to be He family's guards. Before they came back, they had already made it clear that they were willing. Therefore, the number of people returning was less than half, so there was no need to worry about the horse problem. After another 2 days, several large countries in the surrounding area, as well as dozens of small countries, unexpectedly handed in their letters of credence on the same day, expressing that they wanted to attend Lu Qingdi's birthday celebration. It wasn't the day of the imperial court, but Lu Qingdi also issued a decree to summon the civil and military officials. When they learned of this matter, the civil and military officials of the imperial court all had very heavy expressions, including the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet and others who had always been able to keep their cool. At this time, they didn't relax at all. Lu Qingdi's expression was as black as the bottom of a pot. These letters of credence arrived at the same time without any prior news. If one said that there was no trick in this, who would believe it? He was afraid that these large and small countries would all suddenly unite and attempt to divide up the Qi Yuan. Of course, this possibility was very small. However, from this letter of credence, it could be seen that these people would at least unite to give the Qi Yuan a show of strength. Moreover, at this time, the people from each country were already on the way. It was too late to refuse. Lu Qingdi slammed the imperial table, hateful, too hateful. He was still angry and directly smashed all the letters of credence. What you all doing? This is such a big matter, and you didn't even notice it at all? The courtiers didn't speak. No matter what the reason was, they indeed had an unshirkable responsibility for this matter. Investigate immediately. I'll give you 3 days. I want to know which part of the plan went wrong. If you can't find out, you will be severely punished. What else could the courtiers do? Naturally, they could only respectfully agree. However, they all knew that this was probably not an internal problem of the Qi Yuan. If there was a problem with the treatment of other countries, then the Qi Yuan would already be riddled with holes. It wouldn't be as peaceful as it was now. The war would have already reached an unknown position. After a fierce outburst, Lu Qingdi finally regained some of his rationality. Since we're going to treat guests from other countries this year, the Ministry of Rights will have to work harder. There can't be any mistakes. Beloved official Luo, you used to be the Minister of Rights, so you know the ins and outs of the Ministry of Rights. You've also managed the Ministry of Rights well. This time, you'll have to work harder and serve as the Minister of Rights for a while longer. The Honglu Temple will also be fully prepared to assist the Ministry of Rights. In addition, there can't be any negligence in the city's security. Also, eldest brother, third brother, fourth brother, seventh brother, ninth brother, and 10th brother, you all have to be prepared as well. When the time comes, you may have to accompany the Ministry of Rights and the Honglu Temple to receive the guests. Is that clear? Yes, Your Majesty. We understand. All right, the court is dismissed. Quickly make the arrangements. After that, Lu Qingdi stood up and walked down the stairs. Soon, he disappeared. The letters of credence that had fallen to the ground were all picked up and handed over to the Honglu Temple. After all, although these letters of credence were written in Qi Yuan and other languages, there might be traps in other languages. Naturally, they had to study them carefully. However, the minister of the Honglu Temple was Luo Peishan's father-in-law. He was related to the minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Luo Peishan, by marriage. He was 1 generation younger than Luo Peishan, so there shouldn't be a problem for him to follow Luo Peishan's orders. Therefore, this time, they should work together more smoothly. Of course, most people didn't have any objections to Lu Qingdi's arrangements. However, there were also people who were dissatisfied, especially the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. He was extremely resentful. After Luo Peishan was promoted to the minister of the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Rights didn't have a new minister. The left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights had been acting as the minister of the Ministry of Rights. He had been doing his best. The Ministry of Rights, which was usually very idle, was as busy as the Ministry of Personnel and Ministry of Revenue. He hoped that the Ministry of Rights could be removed from the position of acting as the Minister of Rights. Speaking of which, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights was rank 2, while the minister of the Ministry of Rights was rank 1. If one wanted to be promoted from assistant minister to minister of the Ministry of Rights, one would have to jump 3 times in a row. Among the 6 ministries, only the Ministry of Rights could do this. It was no wonder that the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights was so anxious. However, some things didn't mean that one was doing a good job, just because one appeared to be busy. Take the Ministry of Rights as an example. Under normal circumstances, there weren't many things to do. The busier one was, the more incompetent one was. One would appear to be busy if one didn't handle things well. However, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights was eager for quick success and instant benefits. He wanted to perform well and would find something to do even if he had nothing to do. The emperor's birthday celebration wasn't held every year. Lu Qingdi wasn't a very extravagant person. Other than celebrating his birthday, it was up to him whether he wanted to hold a celebration or not. Last year, there was a flood in the south, and Lu Qingdi didn't intend to hold a birthday celebration. In the end, he only held a family banquet because he hadn't held a birthday celebration for 3 consecutive years. This year, under the advice of the courtiers and the fact that Lu Qingdi already knew that his son and daughter-in-law had brought him a lot of money, the national treasury was fine. The left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights was extremely regretful that he didn't have a chance last year. This year, he seized the opportunity and naturally wanted to show off his skills. After receiving the decree a month or 2 ago, he had been busy. Even if the previous days were cloudy, it didn't affect his good mood and drive. This was because he wanted to do everything himself. He wanted to ask about everything and couldn't wait to do everything alone. The right assistant minister knew of his ambition and simply didn't do anything. He simply watched from the sidelines and let the left assistant minister do his own thing. If the right assistant minister interfered, the right assistant minister would think that the right assistant minister was trying to steal the credit. It was true that he had contributed to the celebration, but that was all. In any case, based on the left assistant minister's capabilities, he would have to wait at least 3 to 5 years before he could be promoted to the position of minister, provided that no one else succeeded him during this period of time. However, the right assistant minister chuckled. With the left assistant minister's performance, it would already be good if he was not demoted. Sure enough, there were more important things. Lu Qingdi didn't trust the right assistant minister at all. As a matter of fact, the things that were almost ready were directly taken away by Luo Peishan. How could the right assistant minister not hate him? Originally, after the appearance of the letter of credence, the right assistant minister's heart was different from the others. In his opinion, on such an important matter, the acting minister definitely couldn't do it. It was highly likely that he would be directly promoted to minister. He was just waiting for Lu Qingdi's decree. In the end, Lu Qingdi's words completely pushed him to the bottom of the valley. The right assistant minister's expression changed from joy and excitement to ferociousness, as if he had been struck by lightning. Fortunately, he didn't waste his time and controlled his expression in time. Lu Qingdi didn't see it. The other civil and military officials were listening to Lu Qingdi attentively and didn't notice it either. Otherwise, Lu Qingdi would have exploded on the spot. At this moment, facing Luo Peishan, the right assistant minister congratulated him with a fake smile. After all, they had worked together for a long time. How could Luo Peishan not know his temperament? However, in comparison, Luo Peishan didn't show it at all on his face. He smiled elegantly and was a gentleman. His words were smooth and beautiful. It sounded very sincere, and there was no hypocrisy in them. The left assistant minister of the Ministry of Right's face turned green and white. He couldn't keep it together. "Hey, what's wrong? You don't look so good. Is there something wrong? You must take care of yourself." In the future, this official will have to rely on everyone in the Ministry of Rights for many things. Luo Peishan's concern was sincere, and his words were unusually sincere. When Luo Peishan was still the minister of the Board of Rights, he was truly the model of a gentleman. He was elegant and graceful. After he was promoted to the minister of the Ministry of Appointments, this did not change much. It was just that his mouth displayed an extremely powerful combat ability. He did not use a single word of profanity and quoted from the classics. A group of people could be rendered speechless and almost vomited blood by his words. Even the imperial censor, who was known as the Iron Mouth, could only be defeated by his words. Now that he went up and spoke in a strange tone, wasn't he asking for a beating? The left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights was extremely regretful. He wasn't asking for a beating. His brain had gone haywire. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to look for Luo Peishan in front of so many people. Not only did it damage his image, but he also couldn't say anything. After a while, he said, "Thank you for your concern, Your Excellency. This official doesn't feel unwell." "That's good. I was thinking that if you don't feel well, you can assign the following task to someone else. After all, you serve Qi Yuan and are loyal to the Emperor. If your illness worsens due to overexertion, I'm afraid the Emperor will be worried. However, as a subject, how can I let the Emperor worry about trivial matters like mine after exhausting himself for national affairs? That would be a great sin, wouldn't it?" Luo Peishan said with a smile. The left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights felt a chill in his heart. Just now, he had been thinking of simply quitting. If he really did that, there was a high chance that Luo Peishan would directly fire him. At that time, all hope would be lost. "Your Excellency is right. If there's anything, please tell me. This official will do my best and won't dare to neglect it." Luo Peishan was satisfied and naturally prepared to get down to business. At the same time, Lu Qingdi summoned the 4 cabinet elders. Obviously, there were some things that needed to be discussed. As the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet, Ruan Rue Zhong didn't say anything else and only talked about He Jinwei. "Your Majesty, now the various countries have jointly submitted a petition without our knowledge. No one knows if there are other changes. Since General he has already submitted a petition to return to the border, it would be better to let him depart as soon as possible. With him overseeing the northeast border city, it would be more reassuring." Lu Qingdi nodded repeatedly. Beloved official Ruan is right. Although it's snowing heavily in the northeast, no one can guarantee that nothing will happen. That's right. Outside the northeast border, although it's not a powerful country, it's an alliance of several large tribes and hundreds of small tribes. They have adapted to life in a world of ice and snow. It's not like they haven't disturbed our Qi Yuan's border in the winter. In addition, if they know that General He is not there, it's more likely that they will make a move. Therefore, we have to guard against them. Lu Chengdi agreed and became more and more restless. He hurriedly called the chamberlain to leave the palace and let He Jinwei depart immediately without delay. Because He Jinwei was about to leave, he wasn't informed of today's court. When He Jinwei received the news, his heart trembled. Could it be that this was the reason why Jin Xinwang wanted him to return to the border? Did he really know about this matter that only the court knew about? Now wasn't the time to think about this matter. Anyway, he had already prepared everything. So he immediately gathered his men. When the chamberlain left Hejia, He Jinwei had already kowtowed to old Foreign He and said a few words to He Foreign. Then he hurriedly left He Fu's main gate. The situation was urgent. Naturally, they didn't care about the rule of not riding horses in the city. But in order to avoid accidents, they still needed someone to lead the way. Even the common people should know that this was an unusual situation. Recently, the capital was quiet. Therefore, there were no road robbers and no accidents. When the chamberlain reported back to Lu Qingdi, He Jinwei had already led his men and was far away from the city gate. General, he is a general guarding the border. This matter, you must be more sensitive than us. It seems that the situation is more serious than expected. Lu Qingdi was gratified to have a general like He Junwei. His face became more serious. He was worried that Ruan Ruizhong was right. Speaking of this matter, how could Li Hanyuan not know about it? Of course he knew about it, but it wasn't from the memory of the previous life. In the previous life, every country also came to congratulate Lu Qingdi on his birthday. But the letters of credence didn't arrive at the same time. It was like a normal situation. Although there were some envoys who came on the way to deliver the letters of credence, it was a normal thing. But this situation was actually Li Hongyuan's doing. He asked people to slow down the speed of the letters of credence. There was only one purpose. It was to create pressure for Lu Qingdi and the court. Even if the letters of credence were found to be stuck on the way, it could be considered an accident if one or two letters of credence had problems. But if all the letters of credence had the same problem, no one would believe that it was an accident. In fact, it was impossible for all these big and small countries to unite. It could be said that it spanned across the north of Qiyuan from east to west, and the west of Qiyuan from north to south. Its total area was 5 to 6 times bigger than Qiyuan. No one had the ability to unite all these countries, even if it was just for one thing. However, even if they knew that it was impossible, they would still be suspicious. After all, it was related to the safety of the entire Qiyuan. They didn't dare to let their guard down. The essence of creating this pressure was to make the court increase the military supplies for the northeast border. Li Hanyuan didn't expect that the increase would be able to change the fate of the northeast border city. Of course, it would be best if it could. After all, it was just to cover up the things that he secretly sent over. After all, if there were no things from the court and only the things that he secretly sent over, the He family and the entire Northeast Army would be in trouble after the court found out about it. Thus, he could only use a roundabout way to confuse the public. He revealed some things to He Junwei early on so that he wouldn't think too much and have too many misgivings when receiving things of unknown origin. Li Hanyuan stood in the study and looked at the map hanging on the wall. His gaze scanned the area around the northeastern border city. Right now, all the arrangements were almost in place. If the He family members were all dead and the northeastern army lost most of their members, then Li Hanyuan would have to doubt the authenticity of the He family's reputation. He would have to wonder if the northeastern army was filled with useless people who only knew how to make up the numbers. This prince has racked his brains. If you don't work hard for this prince for the rest of your life and conquer a wider territory, this prince will tear you apart. Li Hanyuan said softly. There was even a hint of a smile on his face, but it gave people a sinister feeling for no reason. Dark One, who was hiding in the dark, mourned for He Junhai. It was an honor to be personally taught by his master. However, this honor came with a huge price to pay. Meanwhile, He Junhai, who was in his own home, sneezed twice. He Junhai, who was always as strong as an ox, could attract a lot of attention with just a sneeze. Soon after, Li Hanyuan sat down and closed his eyes. Something still needed to be carefully considered. It wasn't that he hadn't considered the possibility of spies in the Northeast Army. It was just that the people he arranged in the Northeast Army hadn't found anything suspicious. Although those people had been in the Northeast Army for more than 3 years, because the war in the Northeast was relatively small, it was difficult to earn military merits. Without enough status, it was difficult to come into contact with some people and some things. The military camp was originally an important place that didn't allow people to casually wander around and explore. However, this time, the people Li Hanyuan sent to contact He Junwei had already received his instructions to remind the other party. If He Junwei paid attention, it would definitely be more useful than 100 people he sent. After Li Hanyuan left the study, Dark One slipped forward, took the geomancy map from the wall, and destroyed the corpse to eliminate all traces. In Li Hongyuan's study, there was no harmful thing to be found. That night, after the majority of people had gone to bed, Li Hanyuan got up from the bed and, as expected, startled Jingwan. "Where are you going?" Jingwan rubbed and asked. Li Hongyuan kissed her face. I'm going to find your grandfather. You continue to sleep. Jingwan sobered up a little. Is it related to the letter of credence? Such a big matter was known by all the civil and military officials. Since it wasn't deliberately hidden, even the inner courtyard of the noble houses could easily know. And your grandfather and the others don't know. I have to remind them that there are still some things they need to do. This is your doing again? Li Honyuan smiled, but didn't say anything. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. Even if Jingwan couldn't see it in the dark, she could still understand. Jingwan was already accustomed to Li Hongyuan's resourcefulness and didn't want to say anything. Can't you let Dark One and the others go? It's better for me to go by myself. After all, if I encounter any problems, I can solve on the spot. Dark One and the others can't make the decision. That's right. Then go early and come back early. Be careful. Don't worry. Li Honyuan leaned closer and kissed her again. He turned over and got out of bed. Even if he had to do some things in the dark, it wouldn't hinder him at all. If it was necessary, Li Honyuan would have no problem tying up his hair himself. Outside the room, Li Honyuan was not surprised to find Nanny Gong standing quietly. The other maid who was on night watch was sleeping soundly. One might not be able to sleep. Nurse Gong might as well go in and talk to her. Yes. Li Honyuan went out. Except for Dark One who had been waiting for a long time and the shadow guards nearby, no one knew that Li Honyuan had gone out. Luo Peishan was still busy in the study. The door of the study was wide open, but there was a brazier in the room. Luo Peishan was old, so it was necessary to keep warm. Hearing the sound at the door, Luo Peishan raised his head. When he saw the person coming, he calmly got up. Greetings to Wang Ye. It seems that official Luo has been waiting for Ben Wang. Luo Peishan smiled as he stroked his beard. If there are no accidents, even if Wang Ye doesn't come himself, he will send someone. Oh, then what if there are accidents? Li Honyuan sat down and poured himself a cup of hot tea. Then this matter is really troublesome. Although the Minister of Appointments said this, there wasn't a trace of worry on his face. Official Luo seems to have a lot of confidence in Ben Wang. Third girl is Jean Wang Fei after all. Even if I don't trust her, I still have to trust her. In other words, it wasn't because of Li Honyuan. Official Luo has always had a lot of opinions about Ben Wang. If in the future, Wang Ye has a good and delicate daughter. Originally, he wanted to raise her for 2 more years, but she was taken away by a wild boy who popped out of nowhere. Wang Ye's mood would be the same as this old official's. Luo Peishan wasn't insinuating, he was already pointing it out. Let official Luo know that Ben Wang doesn't like daughters. Li Honyuan didn't mind Luo Peishan's disrespectful words. He took a sip of tea and said indifferently. This time, the Minister of Appointments finally showed slight astonishment. Why? Daughters all like to stick to their mothers and can't easily beat them. What else could it be? If it was a son, he would beat him up and scram as far away as possible for lousy. Luo Peishan couldn't stop the corner of his mouth from twitching. Your possessiveness is a bit too strong, and you said it so righteously. You're a big man, and you have the nerve to say it? However, Jin Xin Wang, who had already said this, didn't blush and his heart didn't skip a beat. He looked so normal that he couldn't be any more normal. If that Wan really gave birth to a daughter, would Wang Ye not want her? After raising her for more than 10 years, would there be no feelings? When the time comes, she will also have to marry. Would she not marry? Li Honyuan glanced at Luo Peishan. Prepare a few husband candidates as soon as possible. They will revolve around her all day long and naturally won't have time to pester her mother. Whoever can gain her favor, she will naturally marry that person. As for when she will marry, it will naturally be up to Ben Wang to decide. Don't talk about raising her for 2 more years, even if it's 10 or 20 years. So what? Who can force Ben Wang to marry his daughter? If Ben Wang's daughter doesn't marry, the man can only wait honestly for Ben Wang. Even if he is a bachelor for the rest of his life and is not allowed to touch other women for the rest of his life, he still has to wait. Luo Peishan already didn't want to say anything. Finding a child's son-in-law was one thing, but to find several at once Wasn't he afraid of being mourned to death by the imperial censor? This person, that is, he can force others, but others can't force him. Then, he shed a tear of sympathy for the living king of Hell's son-in-law, whose whereabouts were still unknown. With such an old father-in-law, he was destined to be miserable for the rest of his life. Forget it, there was no need to talk about these things. If he talked too much, Luo Peishan would feel sad. Since Li Hanyuan planned such a thing, he naturally had to ask him to reason. Li Hanyuan didn't hide it, and simply said. Although he didn't mention the details, he pointed out all the important points. Luo Peishan said solemnly, according to Wang Ye's meaning, the next step is to propose to the emperor to increase weapons, provisions, and other things to the northeast. That's right. You know how the imperial court works. If it's not urgent, there will always be some wrangling. At that time, I'm afraid it will delay things. So, this will depend on Luo Darren. Strive for as much as you can, and if you can't, don't wrangle. Don't make it so that when war really breaks out, you can't even take out the things Ben Wang has prepared. Luo Peishan nodded. This old subject understands Wang Ye's meaning. After that, they also talked about some other things. From start to finish, Li Hanyuan stayed for about an hour. When Li Hanyuan went back, he accidentally met someone who was also working at night. Looking at the vague figure, it should be a woman, but Li Hanyuan didn't ask anyone to follow her. Arriving at the same time after coming out of the letter of credence, it was not only the Qi Yuan who panicked, but also the spies from other countries who were hiding in the Qi Yuan's capital. They didn't know who had this kind of magical power, and there was no news from their own country. Could it be that the people of the enemy faction in the country had formed an alliance with other outsiders? Was it the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, or the tiger asking for its skin? Li Hanyuan didn't know how many snakes were frightened by this. Next, he might be able to find out about some of the spies that were originally hidden very deeply. Li Hanyuan turned around and ordered an E to have his subordinates keep a close eye on them. At this time, and he naturally didn't dare to make any mistakes. However, he didn't have to worry. Even if those spies were discovered, they wouldn't implicate Li Hanyuan in the end. At most, they would let the other spies bite each other again. When he returned to the prince's residence, Jingwan was indeed awake. There was an unobstructed, luminous pearl on the bedside. It seemed that she wasn't sleepy at all. Li Hongyuan's body was a little cold, so he didn't go to bed immediately. He was worried that Jingwan would be affected by the cold. Jingwan was also worried that he would be cold, so she didn't hesitate to get out of bed and throw herself at him. She said with a smile, "You're back." Li Hanyuan couldn't hide at this time, could he? He could only carry her and quickly return to bed. He was a little helpless, you. Jingwan didn't care. Hurry and take off your clothes. Sleep, sleep. Jingwan didn't ask about other things. If she wanted to ask, she would ask tomorrow. Chapter 389. The next day, after Jingwan woke up, she seemed to have completely forgotten about this matter. She had been back for so many days, but there were so many things that had delayed her preparation of the small banquet. Now the imperial court was in a mess, but it had nothing to do with her, so it was better to organize the small banquet. Thus, Jingwan led people and began to prepare the invitation in high spirits. The small banquet was small, so there were naturally not many people. There were only a few older sisters and younger sisters, which was not enough to count with one hand. At most, there would be one more hand. In this way, the invitation could be very casual, but it could also be very meticulous. Jingwan specially made it and spent a lot of effort. First of all, this post was not a square post, but a beauty post. It was a very vivid picture of a beauty. At first glance, it looked very similar to the person who was about to be sent to. However, if one looked closely, it was not the real person. It had no form, but it was full of spirit. It was not easy to achieve this step. At the very least, one had to understand their temperament very well and grasp their biggest characteristic. Obviously, Jingwan did very well on this point. At least after she drew it, the people around her recognized who it was at first glance. After the invitation was drawn, there were other things to decorate it, including the words inside. It looked very beautiful. At first glance, it did not look like words, but like an exquisite painting. Looking carefully, it was indeed word by word. It was clear and could not be mistaken. It was the opposite of the beauty on the face. Jingwan spent an entire day just to make a few invitations. This also meant that during this day, Li Hongyuan would definitely be neglected by her. The living king of hell turned into a vinegar jar in seconds. If Jingwan did not stop him in time, her day's hard work would have been ruined by Li Hongyuan. This guy was very likely to act up when he was jealous, so Jingwan did not argue with him and showed a little grievance. My day's hard work. Are you really going to ruin it for me? There was a hint of, why are you so bad in her eyes. Li Hongyuan's face darkened. Looking at the invitation, it was as if he wanted to kill someone. Jingwan reached out and hugged his waist. The pretentious look on her face disappeared without a trace. She smiled and said, all right. Are you really angry? It seems that you're also busy today. Li Hongyuan reached out and picked up a post. It happened to be Sun Yijia. This time, Jingwan did not stop him. She believed that Li Hongyuan would not really destroy it. Ever since Wan started drawing the portraits of beauties, he has drawn quite a number of them. That portraits of 12 beauties should be about done, right? Since you're so free, why didn't you draw one for me? His dark expression did not improve at all. Jingwan chuckled. Although he didn't say it, Jingwan knew that he had been thinking about it from the beginning. Now, he finally said it out loud. Wan thinks it's funny. Li Hongyuan reached out and pinched Jingwan's chin. It was as if a storm was gathering in his eyes. If it had been someone else, they would have been scared to the point that their legs would have turned to jelly. However, Jingwan was not afraid at all. She tilted her head with a smile, broke free of Li Hongyuan's shackles, and rubbed against his body. No matter how beautiful those beauties are, they're just mediocre in my eyes. How can they compare to my husband, who is peerless and handsome? This is the best. Of course, it has to be the most meticulous and perfect. It had to be said that Li Hongyuan felt a lot better in his heart. However, he asked, are you comparing me to those women? How can that be? Even if the whole world is added up, they can't compare to you. However, a Yuan must be very beautiful in women's clothing. He will definitely be the most beautiful. Jingwan smiled a little slyly. Li Hongyuan pinched her face and said, you said so much. This is your purpose, isn't it? Speaking of which, at Great Elder Princess's birthday last year, you obviously got to wear women's clothing. However, you openly cheated because of your unruly character. In the end, you even played a game of thrill. Li Hongyuan sneered without hesitation. It's you who don't dare to let me wear women's clothing, right? However, Wan, if you really want to see it, I can satisfy you. Naturally, there are some things that only Wan can see. Hearing this, Jingwan's eyes lit up slightly. At that time, Jingwan had already dreamed of this man's beauty. However, at that time, she only dared to think about it. Now it was different. This man had agreed to it. Thinking of those famous men who were very famous in women's clothing in her previous life, they were not feminine at all in normal clothes. However, when they changed into women's clothing, they were so beautiful. Moreover, most of their women's clothing was in ancient costumes, which were easier to hide some of their body characteristics. Needless to say, this man in front of her would definitely be more fascinating. The way Jingwan looked at Li Hongyuan now was a little bit like the way He Zhihai looked at her. Li Hongyuan slightly narrowed his eyes and said, Wan seems to be in a good mood. No, it's difficult. Jingwan immediately retorted. It doesn't matter. I allow it. Li Hongyuan felt it was funny. This is what you said. You can't go back on your words. Jingwan turned around and called Qing Zhu and the maids over. Make 2 women's clothing for Prince. They must be gorgeous, elegant, and beautiful. The servant girls looked at each other. Was it really okay to make women's clothing for Prince? Although Li Hongyuan's clothes were mostly made by the embroiderers in the Wangfu, they were mainly responsible for Jingwan's clothes. However, it wasn't that they hadn't made women's clothing for Li Hongyuan before. They were good at making women's clothing. Even complicated palace clothing wasn't a problem. Now, they were going to use Prince's measurements to make women's clothing. They secretly glanced at Li Hongyuan's expression. There was no helplessness, no unhappiness. There was only pampering and indulgence. Looking at their Wang Fei, he exuded an aura of as long as you're happy. They silently lowered their heads. All right, they should have seen it clearly. This kind of small matter, Prince would definitely not do anything. And Wang Fei wouldn't do anything that was truly excessive. Therefore, no matter what it was, there was no need to make a fuss. Since it was ordered, they just had to do it. Yes, Wang Fei. The servant girls responded in unison. Wang Fei, is it urgent? Do you need to rush it? Then Qing Zhu asked again. There's no need to rush it. Just do it at your normal speed. Although she was looking forward to it, she didn't want to squeeze them dry. If she really wanted to rush it, they would definitely be able to finish it in less than 2 days. They wouldn't cut corners at all, but when the time came, they would all have dark circles under their eyes. Then, Jingwan turned back and handed the points to them. Send it out tomorrow morning. Now, they wouldn't be an eyesore under someone's nose. After dealing with this matter, Jingwan looked at Li Hongyuan with a smile. Yuan will definitely be the most beautiful woman in the world in women's clothing. Speaking of this, Jingwan was suddenly startled, because she thought of the imperial noble consort. Everyone said that she was the most beautiful woman in the world. Similarly, more than one person said that Li Hongyuan looked like his mother. There was even a time when they looked at his face and became absent-minded. Yuan, what do you think if I draw your women's clothing and give it to Imperial Father as a birthday gift? Although it was said to be drawn according to the living king of hell, but if it landed on the painting, it was very likely to be the imperial noble consort. Li Hongyuan understood Jingwan's meaning in a flash. He was a little unwilling, but if Jingwan wore a protective amulet called Lu Chengdi, there was obviously no harm. Even when Jingwan made a small mistake, Li Hongyuan didn't need to deal with Lu Chengdi. She would be protected by Lu Chengdi. So he nodded. Take it out separately and give it in your own name. As for Jin Xin Wang Fu's share, you can prepare another one. If it's like this, then forget it. Currying favor with Lu Chengdi, the essential purpose was still for Li Hongyuan. She didn't need it at all. Even if it was the imperial noble consort in the painting, it was drawn according to her own husband. How could she easily let others take advantage of it? Li Hongyuan seemed to have seen through her thoughts. It's fine if you keep your husband's portrait. What's the use of keeping the imperial noble consort's portrait? Wan, what are you thinking this husband knows? With his attitude towards me, there's no need to use a painting to add flowers to the brocade. It's better to use it on you. Is Yuan unable to protect me? Jingwan chuckled. Naturally, he can protect you. But in the end, it hasn't reached that point. With him here, you could be more casual now. Jingwan was speechless. What casual? Wasn't it just spreading her reputation as a jealous woman? In the end, who was the one who caused this? Jingwan accidentally said this out loud. It's not wrong to say that it's me, but Wan, do you dare to pat your chest and guarantee that you're not a jealous woman? Li Hongyuan teased. Jingwan opened her mouth and was speechless. Although there was an essential difference between her and a jealous woman. If he had a bunch of people around him from the beginning, she would never have given him her true feelings. She wouldn't be jealous. The fact was that he gave her the right to monopolize him. However, according to the current standards, she was more than a jealous woman. She was simply a super jealous woman among jealous women, the one at the top of the pyramid. So, your husband is just publicizing a fact, right? Li Hongyuan was quite righteous. Jingwan snorted. She was the one who had benefited greatly. It was just a bad reputation. What was the big deal? Li Hongyuan took her into his arms. Wan didn't care, but he cared. So what if she was jealous? Now she just couldn't get rid of it. Wan would be the best wife and the best mother. The so-called virtue never depended on how many women she arranged for her husband. There was still time now. Jingwan left Li Hongyuan's arms uncomprehendingly and continued to draw. It wasn't the painting of the 12 beauties, but a portrait of Li Hongyuan. However, she had secretly drawn it behind Li Hongyuan's back. Because he hadn't been by her side for a long time, the painting wasn't completed yet. Jingwan only opened a part of it at this time, only revealing her feet and the hem of her clothes. At a glance, it was obvious that it was a man. It couldn't be anyone else. Li Hanyuan was no longer jealous and reached out to open it. Jingwan hurriedly reached out to stop him. "You're not allowed to look now." Li Hanyuan raised his eyebrows. "Even the maids have seen it. I'm not allowed to look? Who told you that the maids have seen it? Except for me, no one has seen it yet." Li Hanyuan was a little surprised. After all, in the past, when Wan painted, there was basically a maid beside her to serve her with the brush and ink. Since that was the case, he naturally wouldn't insist on looking. "I'm looking forward to it. I'll show it to you as soon as I'm done." "Okay." Seeing that she might want to continue, Li Hanyuan decided to leave so that she wouldn't be careless with her painting and be suspicious of him peeking. There was no one else around. Jingwan unfolded the painting paper and quietly stared at the man standing with his hands behind his back. To be honest, she had used an unprecedented amount of energy to draw this painting. In fact, it was quite slow. She wanted to try and see if it could reach the level of surrealism. It was as realistic as a photograph. She had never tried it before. Although fine brushwork was more realistic, it was still different from surrealism. In her previous life, surrealism was usually reflected in oil paintings. However, there were also people who tended to surrealism in fine brushwork, and it was quite popular. Jingwan wasn't sure if she could complete it, but she would do her best. Even if she couldn't reach her goal, she would still complete a perfect painting. With all her attention on the painting, time passed very quickly. Very soon, an hour had passed. The sky was about to turn dark. Li Hanyuan crossed his arms and leaned against the door. He quietly watched Jingwan paint. The painting itself was as beautiful as a painting. Jingwan inadvertently raised her head and saw Li Hanyuan. She was startled at first, but then she smiled. Li Hanyuan also revealed a gentle and affectionate smile. "It's getting late. You painted quite a lot today. Don't tire yourself. You can slowly paint in the future." Jingwan nodded. "Okay." She waited for a while. When the painting was dry, she put it away. As for the other things, there would be someone else to take care of it. The next day, after breakfast, Jingwan's invitation was sent out. She didn't set the time for the afternoon, but the next day. Other than a few close friends that Jingwan had made when she first came to the capital, her 2 cousins and her sister-in-law, Little Wangshu, there were also 2 people that she had made friends with at the summer residence last year. Needless to say, Sun Yijia, Yuan Qiao, and Zhouing Shuang. The small banquet was mainly for them. Her 2 cousins and Little Wangshu were mainly there to support them. As for the other 2, they were essentially just there to accompany her. Although they might not be that attentive, Jingwan didn't have any bad intentions towards them. Of course, if they minded Jingwan's reputation, they could refuse. In fact, after Jingwan's words at Prince Kongbao's residence were spread out, the wind had indeed changed a lot. To a certain extent, they were all married women anyway. Being close to Jingwan outweighed the disadvantages. It had to be said that other than Sun Yijia, everyone else, including Yuan Qiao and their in-laws, were very surprised when they found out about the invitation. After the surprise, although other emotions were mixed up, joy still prevailed. They were also very happy. Of course, there were also a few who felt annoyed and thought that their mother-in-law wanted them to take care of their sister-in-law. In the end, their attitudes were rather firm when they refused. They didn't want to offend her and instead annoy her. In the end, although their mother-in-law wasn't happy, she didn't force it. No matter what it was, Jingwan would do her best to do it well. Although she couldn't be considered a perfectionist, she was still attentive. Because Zhouing Shuang was pregnant, she specially instructed the kitchen to take care of her diet. From this point of view, Jingwan actually hadn't changed. She was considerate and tried her best to be considerate of others. Jingwan persuaded Li Hanyuan in every way possible and offered compensation in all sorts of ways before he finally agreed to give her almost the entire day. Half a day later, they arrived one after another. Jingwan personally received the guests. Her clothes were also relatively simple and casual, which greatly reduced some of the things that came with her identity. Originally, not long after Jingwan got married, she went to Jiangnan with Li Hanyuan. After being away for half a year, Among them, there was someone who hadn't come into contact with her identity as the princess consort. At first, they were a little nervous, but now it had more or less disappeared. Therefore, if Jingwan wanted to deliberately do something, it really wasn't difficult. The most impolite ones were still Sun Yijia and Yuan Xiaoqiao. They linked arms with Jingwan and chatted casually and naturally. On the other hand, Zhou Yingshuang, who was 6 months pregnant, was a little cautious. Jingwan looked at her stomach and felt rather emotional. The last time we met, it felt like I was sending you off at your wedding. Now your stomach is so big. Nonsense. When you got married, I was clearly also present. Zhou Yingshuang smiled gently. At that time, it wasn't in my stomach yet. She reached out and touched it. That little thing just happened to move. Zhou Yingshuang softly exclaimed, "It seems that this child likes you, Jingwan." Sometimes, the child's father would wait for a long time and still not see any movement. The first time our family's Xianjia moved in her stomach, it was also because of Wan Mimi. Sun Yijia said, "This shows that my child's fate is good." The others looked at them chatting and laughing. Even if they were blood sisters, they couldn't be like them and directly call each other by their nickname because they got along so well. Because the Wangfu was big enough and the troops still rehearsed every day, those performers didn't dare to neglect. After all, when they chose to stay in the Wangfu, it was because they felt that the Wangfu was a good place to stay. Naturally, they had to be ready to perform for their masters at any time. Only when they were useful could they continue to stay in the Fu. Because of this, not to mention spending a day in Jin Wangfu, even if it was longer, it wouldn't be a problem. For Jingwan, although she always got along with Li Hongyuan and saw each other every day, she wouldn't get tired or annoyed. But now it could be considered another kind of relaxation. Not to mention the common people. There weren't many people in other high families who could be so idle. After all, too many people didn't know the truth of the matter. They only felt their men's unusually tense emotions. Even if they didn't understand the specific matter, their emotions would be greatly affected. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to relax. In addition to preparing for Lu Qingdi's birthday, the court was discussing how to deal with the envoys from other countries. Naturally, it was Ruan Rue Zhong's proposal to increase the military supplies to the northeast border city. The Northeast Army's position in Lu Qingdi's heart was relatively high. In fact, there was another reason, and that was their provisions were lower than other places. He Jia's army of 100,000 people was 100,000 people. There was absolutely no situation of eating empty pay. In addition, the provisions were generally lower than other places by about 10%. However, the Northeast Army was actually doing quite well. Because He Jia had a high reputation in the Northeast, the common people were willing to provide, and the Northeast Army was also self-sufficient. This kind of worry-free and reliable soldier, no matter who it was, will be very fond of. And this time, Ruan Rue Zhong and the others also brought up this point to play the emotional card. The meaning was very clear. Not expressing anything at this kind of special time. Your Majesty, are you not embarrassed? Aren't you afraid that the soldiers will be bitterly disappointed? And the Ministry of Revenue naturally began to cry about being poor out of habit. How much money they used, where and how much they had to spend, what they had to do in the coming year. In short, it could be summed up in one word: no money. At this time, other people were too lazy to argue with the Ministry of Revenue. Do you want to call Jin Xinwang over? Let's not talk about the previous ones. Just ask how much he brought back from Jiangnan. Thus, the Ministry of Revenue's people immediately became mute. Let's not talk about what was brought back from the treasury of the 4 counties in Jiangnan. Even if it was said that Jin Xinwang Fei had embezzled it, when it entered the treasury, it was they who counted it one by one. Moreover, the taxes after autumn this year had basically all entered the national treasury. Right now, whether the national treasury had money or not, they were very clear. In reality, even if the national treasury didn't have any income in the next 2 or 3 years, there was basically no problem in the national treasury. The Ministry of Revenue's people rubbed their noses. This reason was indeed untenable. However, once they entered the Ministry of Revenue, they had to develop into a miser. In any case, this reason was gone, so they continued to find other reasons. In short, it was just bickering and bickering. Even if they couldn't be completely stingy, they had to cut off 50% of the items, 30% of the items for 50%, and 20% of the items for the best. The other people were also well versed in the skills of bargaining with the Ministry of Revenue. Things that originally only required 50%, they would first directly double the amount. As the saying goes, when comparing impossible things with impossible things, they could only agree to one. It was obvious what they would choose. Ruan Rue Zhong's battle prowess had always been strong. Even Li Hanyuan had to praise his ability. Right now, even if there wasn't Luo Peishan's participation, he could basically settle it. What's more, this matter actually didn't conflict with the interests of all parties. As long as they didn't encounter a situation where they resolutely opposed something that you wanted to facilitate, as long as the amount wasn't too large, it could basically be settled in the end. Therefore, this final situation was actually slightly better than expected. The Imperial Edict was issued at the first moment. Because this year's situation was actually quite good, after the autumn harvest, a lot of grain was harvested and the granaries were abundant. The grain transported to the northeastern border city was more than enough from the granaries in the northeast that were relatively close to the south, and there was an additional 3 months' worth of grain for 100,000 people. Regarding this matter, the movement would be faster. There were 20,000 sets of armor and 10,000 sets of various commonly used weapons. After all, they had already been rewarded with 10,000 continuous crossbows. These things were also ready-made, so they were directly transported. In addition, there were cotton-padded clothes, medicinal herbs, and other things which should take a little longer. However, it was estimated that not long after He Jinwei's arrival, the grain would arrive. After that, it would be the armor and weapons, and then medicinal herbs and other things. However, it was easy to say that it was hard to say whether these things could all be in place before the start of the war. However, as long as these things were in place, even if they weren't in He Jinwei's hands, the things that Li Hanyuan had people prepare would be in place first. As for how to deceive the world, it was a matter for some people. About 7 or 8 days later, Li Hongyuan's women's clothing was ready. During this period, He Jinwei came to visit twice. Jingwan held the clothes for Li Hanyuan. As long as she didn't shake it out, people would think that it was Jingwan's clothes. Jingwan drove away all the servants, indicating that they were not allowed to come close without permission. The others were still confused, but the servant girls covered their mouths and laughed. They felt a little regretful in their hearts, but they didn't want to think about the prince's women's clothing. It was disrespectful to have such thoughts, so they all left and did what they were supposed to do. Jingwan changed the clothes first. Li Hanyuan didn't hesitate and directly took off his clothes. Not only did he take off his outer clothes, but he also wanted to continue taking off his inner clothes. Jingwan hurriedly stopped him. Enough, it's not a tube top or a skirt, just wear the inner clothes. So you didn't prepare a belly band? Li Hongyuan's hand was still on the collar of his inner clothes. Jingwan didn't know what expression to show. She really shouldn't have any hope for this man's bottom line and moral integrity. After all, he was a dignified prince, and he put on women's clothing without hesitation. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and put it on. Li Hanyuan clicked his tongue, as if he was still a little dissatisfied. Jingwan suppressed the urge to facepalm and watched as Li Hanyuan slowly put on the 2 layers of clothes. Her expression suddenly became a little strange. Well, she was used to seeing him put on his own clothes, so she didn't think much of it. Now that he was wearing women's clothes so smoothly, there was no doubt that one of the reasons was because he would help her put on her clothes from time to time. Thinking of this, Jingwan's face became a little hot. Well, it was said that when a daughter was married, she had to serve her husband. When it came to her, the number of times she served an old member could be counted on one hand. On the contrary, Li Hanyuan served her quite a lot. She coughed lightly and moved her face away slightly. Then, she calmed down and waited for the heat on her face to subside. She put her hands on her hips and looked at Li Hanyuan with righteous indignation. Li Hanyuan saw this and was actually laughing his heart. Well, in his opinion, Jingwan was just playing hard to get. Her calm and composed look was especially cute. When Li Hongyuan was done with the clothes, without looking at the face, there was basically no sense of disharmony. For example, the shoulders and the other areas were specially widened. The areas that were more close-fitting for a woman to wear were also widened a little, so that the muscles wouldn't show. The hem dragged on the ground, and the sleeves were slightly longer, basically covering the fingers and the back of the hand. Originally, there were calluses on the palm, but looking at the back of the hand, the fingers were slender and there was no sense of disharmony. Jingwan nodded, indicating that she was satisfied. However, Li Hanyuan expressed that he was not satisfied, and Jingwan asked him why. Don't you feel that something is missing after playing around? Li Hongyuan's gaze fell on Jingwan's chest. Since it's women's clothing, not only are you preparing the clothes, but you are also preparing to do makeup for your husband. Since the big parts are done carefully, shouldn't the details not be sloppy? He said matter-of-factly. Jingwan felt that her head must be full of black lines. Should she say that he was really too dedicated, or that his moral integrity and bottom line were really chewed and swallowed by him? Jingwan's expression was a little serious, and then she looked at Li Hanyuan, who seemed to be very serious. Then, she slowly moved to the side and took out a small box. Under Li Hongyuan's gaze, she opened it and took out the things inside with her fingers. Ahem, since a Yuan has asked sincerely, as your wife, I will naturally satisfy you. Take off the clothes. Li Hanyuan looked at the things in Jingwan's hands, and then laughed ambiguously. What are you laughing at? Hurry up and take off the clothes. I am fulfilling your request. The shape of the things in Jingwan's hands was similar to the bra in her previous life, but the two cups were stuffed with fillers, and the inner layer was sewn flat. The other parts were similar to a belly band, and there were a few straps. Jingwan did not make them very big. There were 1, 2, 3 for sizes and only 3 sizes. Jingwan admitted that she was actually a little evil in her heart, and secretly so to herself. Compared to Jingwan, who was blushing, the person who was going to use it was quite calm. Wan, since you're already prepared, why didn't you just give it to me when I asked for the belly band just now? Why did you make me go through so much trouble? As he spoke, his hands did not stop moving. Anyway, Li Hanyuan was quite happy to take off his clothes in front of Jingwan. Li Hanyuan wanted to take off his undergarment again. Just put it on the outside of the undergarment. You don't have to take it off. How can that be? Wan is wearing clothes. Don't tell me you want to wear the belly band on the outside of the undergarment. Jingwan felt that her little bit of evil was nothing at all. The living king of hell was inferior to the living king of hell. He was the real devil. After that, Jingwan gave up and let him be. She was too lazy to look at him. It was obvious that his 8-pack abs and 2-pack chest muscles were strong and strong. With that thing tied up, it would be quite an eyesore. When Jingwan was being evil, she did not think of such a scene. Wan, don't you want to come over and help? I probably can't do it well by myself. Jingwan did not know how many times she was speechless. Forget it. If he did not care about this broken pot to the end, why should she care? She went forward quickly. After she was done, she asked him to quickly put on his clothes. She did not want to look at such an eyesore anymore. Li Hanyuan did not dawdle. He put on his undergarment again. This time, his chest was full and his waist was slimmer. Sure enough, this is more pleasing to the eye. It's just that I'm not used to that thing on my body. Of course, he was not used to it. In her previous life, every girl would be used to wearing a bra at the beginning. It would take some time for her to get used to it. Jingwan looked at it several times. It was really perfect. Then, she asked Li Hanyuan to sit down and started to put on makeup for him. Jingwan was very attentive. It could be said that this was definitely the makeup she put the most effort into in this world. After all, Li Hanyuan was a man. It was impossible for him to put on light makeup. The deeper contours of his face needed to be weakened and covered by makeup. Only when she was putting on his eyes did Li Hanyuan open his eyes and move according to Jingwan's instructions. At other times, he was completely at the mercy of Jingwan. When she asked him to turn his face sideways, he turned his face sideways. He was very obedient. However, he felt that it might take a little longer. After all, Li Honyuan remembered that the most troublesome time for Jingwan to put on his makeup for him was not so long. However, he was very patient and did not get impatient. After more than an hour, it was finally done. Jingwan felt that she was quite fast. She held Li Hongyuan's chin and looked at it carefully. If she was not satisfied with it, she would slightly modify it. If the imperial noble consort really looked like this, Jingwan would definitely be called the most beautiful woman in the world. This face was really beautiful. Jingwan felt that she was almost addicted to it. Look at Wanwan's face. Do you prefer my appearance in women's clothes? Li Hongyuan's flame-red lips curved into a faint smile. His eyes with smoky makeup were extraordinarily seductive. In addition, Li Honyuan was deliberately seducing her at this time. Jingwan almost kissed him. Jingwan exhaled, turned her head sideways for a moment, and patted his face. Don't seduce me. Oh, I believe in Wanwan's skills. So, if I'm not wrong, this face should be very similar to the imperial noble consorts. Even so, will Wanwan be easily seduced? He dragged the last word a little dangerously. I believe that even if they have the same face, the imperial noble consort will never be like this. For her, at most, she simply appreciates beauty. So it's all your problem. Jingwan believed that her husband's current appearance, coupled with his unique seductive expression, made him a real woman. Both men and women would go crazy for him. Li Honyuan laughed. He was very satisfied that he could seduce Jingwan no matter what he looked like. Next, it's the hair. After saying that, Jingwan was stunned. What? She didn't know how to comb hair, so she cried, obviously, I want to hide the beautiful Yuan and enjoy it alone, but reality doesn't allow me to. Li Honyuan laughed. Call Nurse Gong in. She might have seen the imperial noble consort. Don't you want to paint? Naturally, the closer you are to the imperial noble consort's appearance, the better. After thinking about it, this was the only way. When Jingwan went out to call Nurse Gong, Li Honyuan restrained the expression on his face and looked at himself in the glass mirror. He was a complete man. After growing up, he didn't look feminine at all. It was said that he looked like his birth mother. He didn't think about what his birth mother looked like, so naturally, he didn't think about dressing as a woman. Of course, in his opinion, he wouldn't look like a woman if he wore women's clothes. But today, with Wan's magical makeup, he actually realized this point. If his birth mother really looked like this, his father couldn't be blamed for acting like that. In the end, he was still fascinated by her beauty. Li Honyuan believed that if his birth mother didn't die, until today, his father definitely wouldn't be as infatuated with her as he was in the beginning. That's right, it was infatuation. It wasn't the so-called love. It was only because she was gone that he missed her even more. It was deeply engraved in his bones and blood. Even if it wasn't love, it had become something better than love. Love waned. Great also sneered. In some people's opinion, if his mother was still alive, then there wouldn't be anyone else now. In his opinion, once the feelings were gone, then the things of the past would be dug out. For example, Min Yuhan would be a thorn in Lu Qingdi's heart. Perhaps he would also hate the imperial noble consort. Then, the imperial noble consort's life might be worse than the ordinary concubines. After all, those concubines were absolutely loyal to Lu Qingdi. Because of her death, they would only remember the good things. Li Honyuan wouldn't think about whether his birth mother's death was beneficial to him or not. Anyway, she died before he was born. This was a fact. Even if she didn't die, he would definitely be in a different state. He probably wouldn't have the chance to make such assumptions. Imperial noble consort. Mama Gong's shocked voice interrupted Li Hongyuan's thoughts. Li Hongyuan glanced over and Mama Gong immediately came back to her senses. Even if they had the same face, the temperament and charm were completely different. Very similar? Li Honyuan asked indifferently. Yes, very similar. It's just that the imperial noble consort has never put on such heavy makeup. Wanwan wants to paint for Imperial Father's birthday. Help me get a suitable hairstyle. That you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.